Hey guys, sorry, 2 seconds. I'm just having some issues with the replays. So give me 1 moment and we'll go. Apologies. I'm going to put the timer up, but we shouldn't be the full 5 minutes, I'm hoping. Alrighty guys, hello, how we doing? Welcome to the OSC mid-season playoffs. Apologies for the delay, as we are getting set up and ready to rumble into some StarCraft in just a few moments. Getting ready to kick this off and give you guys some games. So today's the OSC mid-season playoffs. It's actually, I believe, it's the very first day of the event. I believe it's the very first day of the event. The bracket is fresh. Nothing has been played yet, so we're just going to work our way down a whole bunch of these games. In fact, we're going to be casting the following games from round 1/2. I think, are they all round 1? I think a couple might be from round 2 already, but only because there's kind of a few players that have buys. So, but round 1, we're going to be casting Iba versus MindelVK, Harmono versus Fant. What webcam? Come on, turn yourself on over here. Beautiful. Harmono versus Fant, Moja versus Creature, Arifire versus Azura, Young Yakov versus Nikoract, Percival versus Art, Nightmare versus GG Machine, and Shameless versus Jimmy, which I actually think is a very fun set of games. So we're going to be working our way through that over the next little while, next few hours. Obviously, it's going to be a whole bunch of best of 3s. That's 8 best of 3s for us. So a bunch of StarCraft 2 coming your way. Going to be a whole lot of fun. So we'll be diving into this in a few moments. Let me get this ready to start. So, I'll give it a couple moments to get this one going. We're going to be starting the day off with Iba versus MindelVK. Let's double check nobody else wants to be here with me, but I think we're all good. So, let's jump into some ZVP to start things off. So, Iba versus MindelVK, OSC mid-season playoffs. What's on the line in the mid-season playoffs? There is a grand total prize money of $2,200. Pays very far down, actually, into all the way to top 16. And there's also going to be OSC points obviously on the line, but most importantly, number 1 spot gets a seed to the OSC Championship, and that seed is very, very good. It's a very powerful seed. It skips you a lot of the brackets, so winning this thing is a big deal. Obviously, a lot of the guys playing in round 1, round 2 might not have winning in their sights, but just getting as far as they can. But that's part of the fun of it all. So, with that all said and done, let's get this underway. The OSC mid-season playoffs, as we have in the top left-hand side. We're going to begin with the yellow Protoss player. This is going to be the one and only MindelVK, who we see every now and again. Shows up every now and again playing and looking pretty good, honestly, and always fun to kind of see them participate and stuff. Excited to see what they have to bring us over the course of this as we get this started out. In the bottom right side, Iba is our blue Zerg player as we get going here in game number 1 of this series. Alrighty, opening game, Winter Madness. We get set up and ready to start out. Excited to see what our players are going to have in store for us here and what exactly things are going to be looking like as we work our way through these games. So, yeah, excited to get into all of this. And like I say, see just what exactly the players are going to give us over the course of the day. Especially in some of these best of 3s as well, between some players we don't get to see a lot of, such as, Iba, actually we don't see a lot of, MindelVK, I don't cast a whole lot either. Like, these guys are playing regularly, they just don't play necessarily all of the tournaments and stuff. I always say it every single time we cast OSC, but I always love casting the OSC stuff because it allows us to see a lot of the players we don't usually see otherwise. So, actually kind of getting to kind of sink our teeth into some of these games that we might otherwise not kind of witness the players of, it's very fun, and we get to kind of witness their styles. Maybe things don't look as kind of straight up normal as you might expect them to, per se. But yeah, I think generally speaking, it's going to be a pretty fun one. And yeah, we've got Cybercore finishing up. Gateway has just finished, and there's going to be an Adept already chrono boosting out of it, so we're bringing that straight through for a few moments. Yeah, a couple of Queens, the Lings, the Drone, the Overlord all building by. The Overlord going to pop in the main base. Overlord out the front. The Probe is just going to be chilling out over here. And again, a couple of Queens and Lings will continue to produce through, and a couple drones at Link speed also building by as we go. So bringing a lot of that about. Again, just going to see the couple of Lings will go to chase for just a second or so, and again just try to see what exactly they can get up to for a little bit. Link speed coming online again. The drones, the hatchery continue to build through. The Adept is heading down to the bottom right corner. So just going to be going for a little bit of scout information here, of course, more than anything else. Just looking to see, again, exactly what's going on. And again, just gathering info in these early stages. Yo, what's up, Marty Pave? How you doing? 145 stream watch streak, man. Some of you guys have some crazy stream watch streaks lately. We've seen a lot of them in the 150. I say a lot. We've seen a few of them in the 150s and stuff. It's pretty crazy to be witnessing. So thank you so much for enjoying so much WardiTV content. I appreciate you guys. As you just see, this Adept of MindelVK still continue to head down toward the bottom right-hand side. Adept, Oracle, Warp Gate all coming online. A couple of probes and a pylon being added on in here as well. Just see that Oracle still chrono boosting. And a couple of Adepts moving back out. Ling speed, drone, Lings. Again, a bit of everything coming through there. The couple of Queens and the Lings are going to gather together. Another drone coming across for a few moments as well. And again, just see where we continue. Probes, Warp Gate, and the Nexus all continuing online for the moment. So yeah, again, this Nexus going on the third base, get that started, and yeah, nothing really to scream and shout about just yet. What's up, Twin Head Dragoon? How you doing? 20 stream watching as well. Appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Hope everyone's doing great today. I know GSL is on as well. I appreciate that today's probably going to be a bit quiet, at least to begin with. I was also enjoying some GSL. Actually, I was enjoying some GSL yesterday, especially. I was having a good time watching those games. They were a lot of fun. So, yeah, awesome stuff. They see the few Lings. Just going to continue up to the top. But yeah, obviously, once GSL wraps up, I'm sure I'll have a few more people coming in. And I'm sure some people right now are maybe a little bit quiet in the chat because you're multi-streaming and so on. So, I know. I'd be surprised if many people were listening in just yet, but it's all good. We'll get this moving. As you do see those few Zerglings coming about, a couple of Oracles head down to the bottom right-hand side. So 2 Oracles down to the bottom right, the Lings, the drones, the Evo Chamber, and the Rotron all building up, plus 1 in the Blink coming into place. And 2 Adepts will make their shade in toward this natural expansion. A few Lings on the other side will just run forward. These Adepts are going to get caught. They're going to kill an Adept, which is quite nice, actually. And the 2 Oracles do peel through. 3 drones have gone down over on this side. Most of these Adepts over here that are causing some of the trouble, as Eba does end up taking some early damage then. So a few early shots for Eba, taking some hits, trying to play recovery from there as the Blink and the +1 continues through from MindelVK. A melee upgrade coming up on that Evo Chamber, the Lair coming online, still got the Rotron coming through as well. I'm just bringing a lot of the rest of this into play for the moment. The Ling still coming about, 5 drones haven't gone down. Pretty big deal. Again, +1 Blink, the gates and the probes all continuing about here. Melee upgrade, Rotron, Lair continue to produce for the moment. Seeing these Zerglings coming back down the bottom side also. It's going to run themselves in over here and see what they can get up to, if anything at all, although I don't think there's going to be too much going on for them just yet. And +1 the Blink continue by. Once these Lings have that melee upgrade, they're going to be a little bit more powerful on the map, and of course you can get those Lings to kind of be very feisty against Stalkers. Typically, if you play melee, you like to see the Stalkers. It's much better than seeing, you know, Zealots or and Charge or Archons or anything, so that's typically the way it works. As the few Lings are going to show up, it's going to see that Lair really is just about to finish up here, and the Oracle still chilling out overhead to see what else is going on. The Lings actually going to commit onto these Adepts for just a second before they shade away, and the Adepts do shade themselves out of some trouble for the moment at least, so pulling themselves out of the way. And the Lings coming back over again. +1 and Blink still building. Stalkers, Gateway, melee upgrade, and the road speed all building through. We're going to see those extra Stalkers finishing in a moment. These Stalkers continue to poke and prod. The Queen's taking some damage, and the Stalkers continue to blink back. And the Stasis Wards continue to drop down further and further forward, and the Stalkers will keep pressing in. A couple of these Lings are going to show up. The Roach and the Queen's going to be right there as well. Stasis is popping on just a couple Lings, so they're not going to do too much. Good job by Eba to make sure that these Stasis Wards are not super effective just yet. And they continue to push into the frontier. The Stalkers will fight the Roach and the Queens, try to fight back as well. And I'm just going to continue to chase this around as the Stalkers keep up the pressure. A couple of Lings still going down. Ravager's morphing. And we have Roach Speed on the way too. MindelVK supply book currently behind this, so currently unable to add warp-ins. Look at the money that's being flowed. 1,200 minerals in the bank. And the problem is we only have 6 gates, so even 1 warp-in's not going to save you there. So what, do you throw down a 4th base? Well, maybe. I mean, you've got a bunch of minerals to spend. These Lings are going to loop around. They're going to go for the gateway here that's being depowered. So looking to catch these Stalkers. They just blinked. There should have been absolutely a moment where he should have just gone and dove on the Stalkers. Maybe he was just expecting... Oh my god, those Biles land. I was going to say maybe he was expecting the recall, but because the recall didn't come down for a few seconds, it really felt like a mistake not to dive down that ramp with those Lings and to try and jump on top of those Stalkers a little bit more wholeheartedly. One Ling pulls off to the side. 6 more Stalkers warping in. +2 attack on the charge, still building up. Missiles, drones, Evo Chamber coming through as well, adding the Baneling Nest on into the mix. And those Biles are massive on those recalling Stalkers as MindelVK. I get he didn't want to walk back because the Lings were there, so you would have been walking yourself further into the trap, right? But not really an ideal position at all, to say the least, as the Oracle and the +2 attack and charge. Again, all of that continues to just build up. For the moment, we head down over this direction. The Stalkers will continue to blink in after. A couple of those Lings push those Ravagers back. The Lings are going to slip into the natural, so MindelVK is going to have some serious issues here as he starts taking some damage. Adept goes down. The Pylon is going to be in trouble. Lings slip up into the main. Lings go toward the natural. Pylon depowers a couple of gates as well. Stalk is still trying to walk back into this natural. The Roach is going to pull back. A couple more of these probes going down as well. We continue to knock those down. I mean, this is 35, 36 workers haven't been picked off so far, so we continue to do very well for ourselves, and Eba is going to put himself into an astounding position, having defended at home and done so much damage over here. Eba is going to continue pushing out with Ling Ravager up the left side. Hive on the way behind this, plus 2 melee and Baneling Speed are in production, so those will come up online soon enough. But now does Eba have enough to keep poking here? I'm a bit worried that his Ravager Roach count is not super high, so he doesn't have that much kind of ferocity in this army. He doesn't have enough kind of punch with this. Obviously, the economy is amazing from MindelVK too, so I think I'd rather just see Eba do this, which is walk home and let that economy sink in, right? Let this advantage really come to be. Because at the end of the day, if you kind of push forward right now, you're just giving your opponent a chance to take a fight in a moment where it's probably going to be one of the better scenarios he's going to get for the rest of this game. So yeah, I think Eba just needs to step back, live on the creep thread, you know? Let this creep do the work for you. You do not need to be fighting on the edge of this or anything, right? Let it do you some favors. You can see the production tab is all about the Zerg, so again, Eba just needs time. Like, obviously, his army composition is maybe a little bit rough. It's just Ling Roach Ravager. It's not the best out there. It's far from terrible, though, as this Ling Roach Ravager does indeed just dive on through. A couple corrosive files are going to come in, hitting a couple of those stalkers as well. A bit more damage being dealt. A few Banes will come morphing by also here. We'll continue to settle this all down. A couple of shots coming through. The corrosive files going up in the skies. Ravagers will take a couple of those shots as well for a few moments. So again, a few hits coming back along the other direction. Stalker's going to try and come across once more. The Roach Ravager Bane going to make a little bit of a shove forward here. It's going to be diving in towards these Zealots, towards those Stalkers. Look to pick off everything in sight. But the Roach Ravager is still going to be there. GG says MindelVK, and Eba is going to take the opening game. British Zerg is going to take the 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series. Getting off to a ravaging start with those Ravager Bars really being the stars of the show. At a pretty big moment there, honestly. So, cool stuff on that one as we get ready for a game number 2 of this best of 3. Get ready to kick this off and head into our second map, which is going to be on Tokamak. So we'll head into this in just a few seconds. Obviously, this is also being played on the OSC Extended Map Pool, which is where Tokamak is from. 3 maps join the ladder maps as the overall map pool for this tournament, as well as other OSC events that are currently ongoing. So we have 3 old maps: Beckett Industry, Submarine, which I actually think is my favorite of the 3, but also Tokamak was maybe the most played of the 3. Beckett Industry is pretty controversial as a map. But, yeah. Wardy, thank you for rocking the SG scene. I give my sub every month for you, bud. Appreciate it, Zerg0. Thanks for the kind words, and thank you so much for supporting. These things do not happen without your support. Whether that's supporting my channel, supporting the tournaments you're watching. Obviously, check out OSC as well, guys. They have a lot of cool stuff going on. We obviously cover OSC when we can. We did some King of the Hill last week. It's been a little while since we've done some OSC content. Sometimes it gets like that. We get very busy. OSC has to keep on moving, so other people pick up the slack that I can't quite go for because we just already cover a lot of events. But generally speaking, able to do a lot is in the bottom left. MindelVK for game number 2, looking to bounce back in this best of 3. While in the top right, our Teal Zerg player is Eba. Let me get this one up and running. You hear that? It would not happen without you. It wouldn't happen without you guys. Plain and simple. It would not happen without you guys. Well, hatch gas in the pool. I'll continue to settle in for just a couple seconds. We'll see where exactly we take things over the next little bit. I'm just going to be seeing the probe coming back up to the top here. Just going to go nibbling at a couple of those mineral patches here. So putting some work in, getting some damage done in terms of this economy. Trying to throw those drones off. And yeah, those drones having a fight to mine for themselves. Just forcing the micro early. Cute little move. It's something you can do because you've got the APM to use, and you may as well try and take every advantage that you can in these games, of course. Probe still comes moving across. Nexus and the Cybercore will be coming across as well, so bringing that over. Again, the pylon, the assimilator, pulling the drone, continue to build up. A couple of queens and the lings being added as well here into the mix. So you can see this probe heading down the bottom left. Okay, it's going to be rallying out. Just going to use the link speed and a couple of queens and the drones all coming through. probes get in toward the main base for the next couple of moments, so putting themselves back into position and get resumed and back on track. Again, Stalking the Warp Gate coming up, Link Speed and the Queen still producing. We have ourselves a third hatchery down, and a couple of Lings already heading down the right side as well, so looking to see where they can go, what they can do for a little bit. Again, just having a Chrono Boost on the Probies, the Sentry still producing, cancel that into the Adept, so going to change our mind of what we want to build. The Robo as an opening in PvZ is always very interesting. I think there's never going to be a time where I don't think back to the good old Mortal Sentry days, right? The Soul Train and everything. Like these things, hard to get out of your mind, but Robo just spells aggression in this matchup because it gives you the Prism early, and with the Prism you can just build a bunch of Warp Gates, and with a bunch of Warp Gates spam units in your opponent's base. Like, the Robo just sets you up to be aggressive in this matchup, much more so than it sets you up to kind of be setting up for a macro game, because there's just not a lot you typically need an early observer for. You know, you're usually just so much better off with an Oracle if you want to just get information. So the Robo, to me, an aggressive mix-up and immediately Chrono Boosting Immortal suggests exactly that as well from Mindel, so looks as though he is looking to bring the fire to Iba in these early stages. Let's have our couple Lings moving across. The Immortal is about to finish. Warp Gate still trickling along. A couple additional gates coming into play as well, adding on a pylon into the mix. And these two Lings get down to the south side. And we're going to see Warp Gate and the Sentry coming up too. The Immortal still Chrono Boosting on the Robo facility. Two additional gateways come down from Mindel over on the left. Add one more pylon. Again, Gates, Immortal, Sentry coming about. Get those Warp Gates morphed in. Hatchery just chilling here, going to start getting those Spore Crawlers up as well. Going to be a big part of this as the Immortal and the Gates continue through. There's the Immortal popping. And again, the Sentries going to join up with this as well. There's going to be 4 Sentries in total that get warped in right now. As our Circlings pull back a little further. Lair, Overlords, the Roach is on the way through. The Drone coming up. And again, those extra Gates and the Prism coming about. Add the Stalker on into the mix also. Immortal, Sentry, Stalker. Just settling out the front. Those couple Lings are going to go move around for a couple seconds as well. It's just going to be seeing where exactly they might get to. A couple Lings show up. The Stalkers, the Sentries say no. Obviously, Iba getting the info that units are coming his way. Now, he's droned up to 46-ish. I don't hate that. I think that's fine. Maybe a few workers too many. Maybe like 43, 44 would have been better. Just like one cycle lesser drones. He does build a couple into spines too, so he was up to like 49 or so. So that's a little high on the drone side, but obviously if he gets the spines up, that will be useful. Can the Ravagers buy a few seconds here just to... You want to kind of dive in, force some force fields, and then kind of back away without losing much? Yeah, exactly like this, hoping that that kind of maybe slows your opponent down a little bit. He might actually want to dive into this fight right now as MindelVK pulls back a second. Eva just says, let's go for this. Force field's not doing their job just yet, and a lot of the techier units already going down. Of course, you've got the Immortals in the background. Those spines are nice, but they will just melt to Immortals if the Immortals can get on top of them. So it's important that these 22 new Lings in the production tab come in. Without those Lings, it's going to be tough. Obviously, Lings don't trade well against the Zealots, but just protecting the spines at this point is obviously going to be a priority. As we are going to be seeing the Queens doing their job. The Prism is going to go for the Warp, and we drop one corrosive bile on the Prism. It brings it a little bit lower. Drones trying to chase down that army. Oh, with another bile on the Queens, we actually get the Prism killed off there. Cancelled its warping, but was not able to get away. So the Prism goes down, and that obviously opens the door to this attack just continuing through. The Lings continue to swoop on in and looking wonderful, and that is going to be GG straight up. Iba is going to take game number 2 of this best of 3 and advance through the first round of the OSC mid-season playoffs with some actually very solid hold action there, making a good defense of it and coming out the other side very nicely. Alrighty guys, we're going to be making our way over to our next match in just a second. It's going to be Harmono versus Fant coming up. So we'll get that ready for you guys in just a couple of seconds and get this ready to go. So give me a few moments. I think we can probably just dive straight into it. Should I run ads? I'll run 1 minute of ads. I'll not run much, but I'll just run a minute to shave some off later. I'm not in desperate need right now, but sometimes worth being a little cautious. Cool. It's going to be Harmono versus Fant. The map is going to be on Tokamak for this opening game. So we're going to go to Tokamak for map 1. as we just came out of Tokamak. A lot of people actually letting this one come through. I mean, I think what Tokamak was used as a map, it's still a good amount of play. Like, I wouldn't say it's still like a crazy amount of play, but like it wasn't the most popular map in its map pool, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a thing which tells you what map pool it was part of? Played in Premier Cups, eSports World Cup 2025. Yeah, it's really not that old. Yeah, Leylines, like, yeah, it was in the Incorporeal, Last Fantasy, Leylines, Maganatha, Persephone, Pylon, Tokamak. It was like a map pool ago, no? Maybe that's why it's actually getting a lot of love, just because it wasn't like that far away that it was actually being used and played. So, all right, let's jump into our second match of the day, game number 1 of a fresh best of 3 here. I'm going to get this started up and into the games in just a moment, guys. What's up, Jaboki? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub as well. Welcome back. Thank you for subbing up. Thank you for supporting. Let's get back to some action here in the OSC mid-season playoffs. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Terran player. This is going to be Harmono. In the top right, our yellow Zergy is going to be Fant. So, we're starting this one off, as you can see, with a bit of proxy racks action. And funnily enough, Fant is opening with a pool and a gas, so he's not going to go hatch straight away. So, this might just be him reading into what he expects Harmono to do, and if so, then brilliant read by Fant, because he's setting himself up into a brilliant position compared to where his opponent is about to be, as his opponent builds right into the troublesome spot of this. Hatchery goes down, there's a few barracks coming up, and again, Hatch the pool coming into place, the Overlord in the middle of the map as well, so he gets settled through. Do I know what's up with the MMR League thing? You recently came back to play it on 3.3k MMR, you were Gold, then Platinum, now Master. It might just be a bit, especially if you've been inactive for a while, it might just be trying to place you. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't keep up to date with the ladder and stuff. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but it has been buggy-ish for a while, unfortunately. Yeah. These Marines and these SCVs about to push through into Lings, which is just horrible. Like, this could not really be much worse for Harmono here, as Fant sees this. I mean, he's got link speed so far along as well, so he's not going to be long until he gets link speed as well, which is also just going to be, you know, a great bonus. CVs and the Marines gathered together, and just see that hatch coming through, the link speed coming up. See the drones pulling, thinking about maybe coming down this ramp, deciding not to commit to that just yet, though. I don't think we need to pull the drones. I think we just make some more lings and we just wait patiently for the link speed. Do you let the bunk come up maybe is a good question. I mean, these lings should be looking to catch units over here. These lings have been a little bit AFK. Okay, bring Green down, pushing SCV back to lay this a little bit, threaten with these lings. Still like the idea of them maybe going over this way a bit. This Overlord's going to go down. It's going to supply block Fant, so Fant's going to lose his supply, lose his ability to build, but gets the cancel on the bunker, so that's good at least, if nothing else. Again, link speed about to be done. Overlord and the Queen still coming up, and the SCVs and the Marines joining back together for a couple more moments. Things coming back up to the top. Just going to see the Marines and the SCVs coming through. Just going to be seeing the Queen coming about, the Lings coming over. There's extra Marines about to finish, the SCVing so coming up as well. Factory continues to produce here. And we get that on the way as the extra lava popping. The Ling's going to work their way on the rocks for a couple of moments. So again, just put some more damage out on that for now. Get that going. Queen, Overlord, creep spread. Still pushing about. There's a couple SCVs and the Marines over here going to be there to push the Lings away as well. It's just going to chase those out of here. Get that done for the moment. All these Marines and the SCVs pulling back down to the bottom left. The barracks is still flying forward for a little bit as well. Again, Queen putting some damage out. A couple of Queens together, puts some work in. This barracks just continues to float through for a little bit. Again, a couple of drones continue to build up. Continue to get that on the way. So we see CC, Starport, Reactor, and the Engineering Bay all coming around. And the Queens doing their thing for a couple more moments. Interesting state of this game because obviously the barracks have to fly home. There's a ton of Marines out, so you're not going to be able to do anything here as Fant. Your position's good. I like the Bane Nest just in case Harmono does send this as kind of one big push. A Bane Nest is going to keep you typically very safe then in that scenario, so it keeps you in a much better position than you're going to be in otherwise. So I like the Bane Nest, and honestly, I just kind of taking drones from here. Your opponent doesn't have a natural yet. Let's just get our third hatchery going, get some economy up and running. With the Banelings up, it should be very difficult for Harmono to do anything truly scary. Especially if you see anything coming across the map, because you have complete map control as well, right? So, yeah. I see those Lings nibbling and opening up these rocks, which, I mean, pathways are good for Zerg. It's an age-old fact that pathways are typically just very, very good. As we have the Stim Pack and the +1 still building through, then the Hellions, the Medevac coming up as well. Continue to bring that into place just for a few more seconds. Marines will step forward. Just have one medevac worth of Marines, so nothing overly scary. That's also the only thing you really have the ability to utilize just yet. As the Lings go back out the other direction, the Stim and the +1 coming through, Lair drones and Lings coming up. Overlords in production as well. Going to get a couple of depots placed down for a few moments. And medevac, Stim and the +1 continuing to be added on for a few more moments. So just bringing that all up. Getting that online. Third hatchery comes into the side. The few Lings are going to run down this ramp. They're going to jump themselves onto these rocks again. So again, looking to get a little bit more done. Continue to pick through this as Stim and the +1 continues about. Medevacs and Marines will continue to produce also. Engineering Bay on the way up. I'm just going to be seeing these Marines and Medevac. Again, thinking about maybe coming through for a little bit. Do we want to jump onto this third base, or what is our plan of action? Medevac loads those Marines, takes them away, pulling them back for now. Marines will unload, a couple of Lings show up. Marines just going to be hanging around still, Ling, Bane, Queen together. We got the Bane speed coming up from the Baneling Nest as well, so getting that on the way. A couple of Lings still running up the left-hand side. The Medevacs load a few Marines up as well. Again, racks, refineries, Reactor and the +1 coming through two. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming across. The Medevac's now going to move up top. So I see this hatchery going to go down the fourth base. The Marines going to be there pretty quickly just to kind of get in there and deny that. So the hatchery goes down pretty much immediately. And we're just not going to be allowed the fourth. So at least Harmono has some map control. I'm just going to try and finish these rocks off again. Position, ability to move around the map important. Is creep spread lacking? Obviously you're lacking Queen counting so early with the build and also what happened. But just keeping control here and not a lot going on just yet. We'll see if anything kind of develops from this. These next few moments, the Marines, the Medevac's going to go this far right side, find the fourth hatch again. So not allowed a fourth base just yet. Harmono has not got a third base in the sight either. He's a two-base all-in Terran at the moment, so looks as though he's going to play this in a very dangerous manner. That's Fant obviously has to be very cautious of, as Lingbane is going to retreat up. Going to see a few Medevacs unloading into this main base. Ling's going to be popping out, looking for the wraparound here, looking to deal with this, and they're going to get there in plenty of time. No upgrades from Fant. Man, I tell you what, Fant actually, I felt like had such a fine defense early, and he just... I feel like he's really struggled to kind of burst into the next stage of the game since then. Like, he's just not kind of hit the drones quickly. I mean, I guess his drone count now is very good, 66 to 40, but his opponents also cut SCVs to go two-base commitment. But, like, his upgrades are kind of much later and so on. I guess we'll maybe see the economy coming through from him, and then it'll all kick in, and we'll start to see the power of his position sooner rather than later, I guess. And Hydrogen, Lingbane, Queen all coming through. Carapace upgrade still building by. And we've seen the single Baneling actually connecting. And we have a few units out the front. Lingbane threatening the run-in. There's a lot of units here still. Harmono was waiting to move across with everything. Fant can keep these Lings and Banes there and look for a counterattack into the natural, perhaps once his main army does move out. That does take away a lot of the army supply he would have at home to play defense, and then things might get a little bit sketchy. To the point where I wonder if I'd almost just prefer him to not run in with that Ling Bane and to use that instead as like a flank, it's very easy to be like, oh yeah, your natural's open, right? Like I can do so much here. But if you lose or if you not necessarily lose them, but just use the units, right? You are putting them to use. If you use those units in that way, you still have this massive 90 army supply Terran army with 1/1 upgrades walking toward you. And the immediate damage to the economy of Harmono is not going to save you if this gets set up and does too much. So I think Fant is much better off keeping these units. He's already in a good eco position. He's against a 2-base all-in. All he needs to do, realistically, is wipe out this army one time. If he can wipe this army out one time, he is in such a good spot at that stage. So wipe this army out once. This game is absolutely fine. That's the main win condition here, killing this army. Because even if you do damage over here, all you have to do after is still kill this army, right? You have to kill this army no matter what. So give yourself the best chance possible by just focus on killing this army from the start. I think I like that the most. A couple of the queens will take some damage. And just have the Ling Bane going to run through. Just going to be seeing the army going to get caught. Oh my god, that's a massive surround on these Marines. We're going to have to load up into the medevac. The Banes were licking their lips. I don't know if Banelings have lips, but if they did, they'd be licking them. And if they didn't, they'd probably grow some lips just to lick them in anticipation of that connection. That looked massive until the medevacs evacuated. A lot went down already here from Harmono. And now seeing the rest of the Lings going back across the map. As now I think, yes, okay, we cleaned up the majority of this army. We cleaned up the tanks. So now you can maybe threaten counterattacks. But of course, Harmono is pretty safely positioned here. Again, he's very committed to these 2 bases. Not much else he can really do just yet. Marines will stack up, go after a couple of crude tumors. And 2 upgrades on the way. Libs Marines in the tank continuing by. And groups of, the little group of Ling Bane in the bottom left. Still hanging around as well. Liberators and the Marines continuing in. Through Spines coming up. The Lings going to try and dive on top of this. Jumping through for a little bit. The medevac's going to load up and evacuate away as well. A couple of Libs in the upper right just going to be turning. Just going to siege up for a couple of seconds as well as the Ling Bane Hydra continues to go in after those medevacs. Hydra stepping straight forward. Just going to be seeing the Liberators going to get caught pretty quickly. Going to see those going down without too much issue. And if the Ling's going to be here as the Marines continue to unload, a few of those Lings getting absolutely melted. The Queen's going to have to pull back. A couple of transfusions coming down. The rest of the Ling Bane moving up right now. Ready to maybe chase into this position and jump onto these Marines. The medevacs will continue to take quite a bit of damage. Pushed away for the moment. Yeah, those Libs, the tank, and the Marines all coming through. 2 upgrades on the way out. Extra Lings in reduction. The rest of this army from Mono moving back over. Starts +3 attack upgrade. Still no sign of a 3rd base. At this point, we might be thinking about moving the main base down to the 3rd location more than anything else. Because you're going to run out of minerals soon in this main. So at some point, yeah, it's going to be more exposed, but you're not going to be losing much by, you know, doing that. So it's kind of about here's a couple connections go off with the Banelings, and we do have an attempt to move forward here from Harmono, moving upwards. A couple of Liberators are going to be chasing, and we do see the Marines going to figure out just where exactly they want to go to. Decide which way they're going to commit. Ling Bane Hydra going to run down this ramp. Ling's going to look to get a wraparound. Tank's going to fire. Needs to target fire the Banelings a little bit. He does get some target fire onto them. Do we have enough Banes to keep moving through? Hydras will go after the Libs in the end, but that was a lot of Liberators. I think that was actually more Liberators than Fant expected because these Hydras just melted to them. Did not have enough Hydras to get through the Liberators. The Ling Bane portion of this was good. The Banes burrowed up once again over here, waiting for their chance to strike and seeing if his opponent does make the journey in this direction to make that mistake perhaps. Again, I think these Liberators are a big issue right now. Our amount of anti-air available is limited. Get rid of one more. The last one's very low, but it's given Harmono a chance to continue to push into this topside position. This base in trouble. The 4th of Fant against this continued 2-base all-in is still not safe apparently. Surely now he's going to hold this off as he is going to get the cleanup. Only really medevacs left. A handful of Marines. We don't have a lot from Fant, but he does have 72 drones of economy to rebuild with. Just needs to actually get some units up. Give up this hatchery. Don't need to fight here. Get regrouped, because right now the issue Fant has is that he's just not caught up together. Not all of his units are in different places in the production tab, coming out of different bases and everything. So let's just get everything together and then go from there. As these Marines and the tanks still hitting onto these eggs. There's one Hydra popping out. It's going to go down. Going to cancel his drone as well. Top left side hatchery still producing through. Just going to get into the Queen. So we still have a 5-base setup if we want it. And we probably just let the 5th base die. We don't need 5 bases. 4 bases is fine. Obviously, we're pretty deep in the game. Made a natural are mining out, but the other 2 bases should be plenty of economy to see this game through to an end. What loses you a game is like this is obviously committing in too soon and jumping onto this base defense when you just don't, like I say, necessarily need it. I like the lane bait counterattack, but I'd like to see it actually commit through to something. I mean, they're going to go chasing down a couple of Marines here. And I actually think this is the moment where you do just send it to the natural. And you do just try and actually really hit down these last bits of economy. Or this third base that's just on its way up, right? Like, I guess we're going to turn this into a bit of a flank here. We will get rid of this last Liberator. There's a lot of complexity in ZVT about kind of picking when you counterattack and when you actually kind of go for the wraparound. And basically, what do you do with those units that are out on the map for yourself? There's a lot of moments like that where you're kind of left kind of having to figure out what the best case scenario is. And it's not always easy to do from the player's perspective all the time. You know, earlier I was clamoring for him to not run into the natural kill units, and now I was saying, oh, this would be a perfect time to maybe actually get in there and do some damage. Only because I felt like he didn't need to pull units back to the top side. I don't think chasing down 3 or 4 Marines extra is going to do much. And of course, from our point of view, we can see how barren the defenses were here as well. It is looking good for Fant. It is looking like he's going to have control of this game and able to open up this series with a 1-0 lead at this point. At this point, I don't think Harmono is going to have much left in him. That's his main base is trying to land. He's never mined from this third base, apart from a few long-distance mining SCVs, so his economy really is at rock bottom. And his army supply is 60 to the 80, but in this scenario, I think there's going to be too many Banes. The Hydra count is back up. The army of Harmono is just worse than it was as well. Before I had a bunch of libs and tanks. Now there's 2 libs, 3 tanks. It's just not as many as what it was. It becomes a whole lot less scary, especially when the Zerg actually has a whole lot more supply in comparison. We'll lose this right side base. I think, again, we just give that up. No problems. And try and drop into the main base. Harmono's coping, say GG. I mean, maybe Fant should make him GG, right? Like, in the same breath, Harmono has seen Fant kind of struggle from a lead all game long. Why not put a bit more pressure on him? Why not make him a little bit more scared? Maybe make him make some mistakes? It definitely looks terrible from our point of view, but like at the end of the day, I don't think Harmono should have been in the last 5-6 minutes of this game, and yet there were moments where it was slightly scary. So it was an interesting one because I really felt like the start from Fant was so good. I'm surprised that didn't just kind of catapult Fant further ahead much earlier, in fact. But MindelVK's back through the center. A few more Marines unloading. OSC is going to rally up, just going to get some repairs to go. An infestation pit about to finish, hatchery about to be done. Plus team missile upgrade will be starting on that evolution chamber. We just see the Lingbane Hydra up around the upper left, but a Lingbane Hydra in the right side. Fant is going to max out before going for the killing blow, it seems. Which, you know what, fair enough, we've gone this long, why mess it up now? More Banes and Lings running through, just going to be seeing those tanks firing back. A couple Liberators going to be there, Marines going to step across. A couple Liberators going to siege up, and just going to see the rest of these Marines pushing through as well. A little bit of that creep spread cleaned up right now. A few Marines step forward, the Hydra's going to be there to push the Marines back. Again, extra Marine tank coming across. The Lingbane Queen going to gather up as well. Couple Hydra hits, hitting those medevacs. Queen's putting some more work in. In we go. Just going to go and dive onto this from 2 different sides as we look for the closing touches of this first game, which has been a little bit more epic than I thought it was going to be, considering the fact that, like I say, the way it started felt like it was very bad for Harmono. Felt as though he was going to have a bad time. But, yeah. Able to bring it back and give us a game of it in the end. We'll get a couple minutes of ads on the way, guys, after a slightly longer game. We'll get into game 2 of this in just a few moments. So getting that ready to go in just a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we'll just get into game number 2 here, guys. We're going to be going to Ruby Rock for this TVZ second game. Again, 8 best of 3s to work through today. Lots of action to get through. Look forward to seeing how that all goes. feel like Jeff getting called, and in the top left-hand side, our red Terran player down a map, looking to bring it back. It is going to be Harmono. Plays against the yellow Zerg on the bottom right side. This is going to be Fant. It's up and away we go. What's up, Jin Kamui? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 12-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. The Overlord comes a step forward and gets out onto the map a little bit. It's just going to be moving straight across here for a little while. Getting in position. Making some moves. Rex and a couple of guys coming up. SCV, the hatchery company coming through as well. So Overlord just going to move up then. Hatch gas pool on the way. A couple of dronies still continuing by as well. So again, just bringing a lot of this into play for the moment. Getting that set up. Spawn pool coming down. Overlord still makes its way toward the upper left side. Just for a little bit. Alright, so there's Overlord moves. Again, just going to turn around then. Marine on its way over for a little bit as well. Just going to be seeing what else is going on. Around a little while. You throw a hatchery down to the right-hand side and see the couple of Marines are still cruising about. Again, Queen's Link Speed coming over. The Overlord and the drone coming about. Hatchery coming through. Starport still producing as the Marine and the SCV builds. Wouldn't mind if we can get burrowed up. And those Marines will continue to gather together for a moment or two. These next few seconds, see where exactly we're going to be able to take things. Ooh, we're going to drop a fusion core down. It's a fun way for Kukukono, or Harmono, to open up in this, so it's going to be getting that on the way as a starting point. Fusion core. Yeah, definitely an interesting change of pace right here, so bringing that up and running. Get that on the way out. Alright, Fusion Core coming about. Just gonna see the MindelVK gonna come boosting through. Third hatchery from Fant gonna drop into this right side. Just gonna get them in position already. A couple of Queens, the Overlords and the Lings, the Spine Crawler coming up. The group spread is pushing forward. The MindelVK in the main gonna unload and get after a few of these Marines after that Overlord. It is gonna be going down and it is gone. So Overlord killed. I can say the BC on the way through. Do we have any information here with this Overlord? Not really. I mean, he sees the natural is in the main late, so you kind of know it's something weird. But he doesn't know what exactly. The sports are correct. The spine crawler is correct as well. Just covering his bases to just try and figure exactly, because this could be maybe like some kind of like a back. Well, no reactor, so I guess it can't be Hellions. I guess it really is very limited what it could be if there's no reactor, right? These Lings are nice. Just going to force the SCVs to pull. Just deny some mining time for a little bit. The Lings are not going to be mega useful across the map. There's a few units obviously moving around. The third hatch will come into fire here. Harmono going to drop on top of this. The first BC going to be finished very, very shortly. So Widowmine hits onto those Queens. The Queen's obviously a big part of the defense early, but the Widowmine on the Queens is actually kind of big. Because if a BC shows up, that means the units that can actually fight off that BC are going to be much more exposed than what they would have usually been. So it's actually kind of an interesting scenario. Going to be a little intriguing as the Lings pull back over. The BC flies into the main. Off we go as you just see that Queen already takes him down. Just show up. Transfusion comes in, saves the day for a couple of seconds. Now the Spore Crawler going to be there to push things back as well. As BC still getting chased out of here for a few moments. Orbital command coming through. BC and the command centers coming up. Drones, Queen coming into play for a few more moments. Things going to run across the map. And then there's MindelVK just chilling overhead. The Hellion putting some work out. Marines continue to get caught. MindelVK going to jump over to the other side of the depots. So they do just keep nibbling for a little bit. The BC still heading to the upper left side. Again, the Yamato cannon on the way through. Hellion in production. SCV and the Orbital coming up. A couple Overlords drones and the Lair will build as well for a couple seconds. To bring this back into place right now. BC just going to head towards the natural. The Hellions gathering up the SCVs as well. Going to be right there. Just going to see the Orbital dropping straight back down. Again, Bayonets in the hatchery, building into play. Had the Lair and the Lingzen. That's where we're going at the moment. Just going to see this hatchery in the top right. Going to be building as well. Fant with the map control. Happy to take the 4th base and just start building into a better and better position. Obviously, the BC is just going to get repaired up, and I guess we get ready to go again in the near future, more or less. So we'll get that figured out in just a few moments as well. Get that ready to start. And that's will be building up. The BCs teleport in together. They get a queen. They can get chased away pretty easily, right? I mean, this is fine. Losing a queen or so here seems okay. Lose another, and that's a bit of a shame. Obviously, these queens are low energy, so there's not a lot of transfusions available. I think the one queen that could transfuse there was off creep. Yeah, I mean, we get some damage from the BCs, but obviously it's a massive investment to be only getting a queen or so from. This game, Harmono does have a 3rd command center, but what use will he make of it? The Spire on the way from Fant is obviously a very natural next step, because getting a proper answer to the battle cruisers is a big deal. Getting Corruptors online is pretty much going to change the flow of this game in its entirety, so getting those Corruptors online, be able to fight off the BCs properly, then you're basically taking away the main threat that you're working with here as Harmono. The Yamatos will come down, these Queens will be in some trouble. Queens actually have to run back. Like I say, the Spire not being done already is actually kind of a problem. The delay on that and not being as quick as it maybe could have been. But it is 7:30. It's kind of a late Spire, considering it's a super fast BC commitment. So yeah, got in a bit of an awkward space for a little bit, and until the Corruptors are out, could be in an awkward spot. Now, if these BCs found the Spire in the next few moments as well and denied the Corruptors from getting out, that could be incredible. But are you actually going to be able to find and deny that? That's obviously a great question. And it's maybe pushing it a little bit. Those BCs continue to chase. Queen's still getting pushed away. A couple of drones coming under fire again. Shots still coming about. And then kind of target the Spire down. It's going to finish only just in time as the Corruptors will begin to build. So, yeah, not worth right-clicking the Spire. If you've seen the Spire like 75% done, I think he right-clicks it and just kills it. Because then, no Corruptors will get to start. In this case, Fant will get some Corruptors up, and they will help to, again, push back these BCs over time. We're going to lose some of the Queens. I mean, there had to be something to go down against these BCs. You weren't going to be able to hold them off really forever, right? Again, Corruptors coming through, the Lings building. Just having the battlecruisers going to the upper left. We'll chase. I mean, the BCs have teleport, so it's not like they don't get away here. Unless you teleport late, but he just gets out in time, so we're good. We are good for the moment. And another couple of Yamatos coming down. The Corruptor taking some shots. A few more hits coming through. I mean, obviously if you're on the teleport cooldown, this is where things get a little bit tricksy, because now you can't necessarily get away. Where do you teleport to not be in trouble? Into the main base? Well, Corruptor's going to chase you into the main base. SCV repaired, out to heal the Corruptor damage is going to be fine. At the end of the day, Harmono is not really making any progress, whereas Fant at home, 11 more drones, 4th base, super comfortable, more Corruptors building. This is getting better and better, it feels like, for Fant over these next few moments. And over the last few moments, then it's going to be getting it all from Harmono, unfortunately. I think Mr. Mono might be in some pretty serious trouble at the end of the day. Just going to move back across. We have a couple of missile turrets going to finish. Cycling's going to look to run forward. The few Banes are going to slow waddle in. Just pull back over that right side. Going to go after this orbital. The Banes looking to get into the mineral line. Going to crash through for a couple of SCVs maybe. Going to get a good chunk of them in the back. And then the Roach about to finish up. The Corruptors just going to get some caustic spray going onto this orbital command. A couple of mules are going to drop down as well. The Cyclone continues to put some pressure out. Roach speed, the +2 flyer carapace coming online. The Cyclones in the mag field continue to come through as well. The Link Corruptor will rejoin. Feel the Link's going to go back over to the left-hand side. A couple of Cyclones are going to be there to push them around as well. Cyclones, mag field, continue to come in on up. I think the BCs are going to fight. He's going to be seeing this Queen going to get caught. BC's now going to chase in for a couple of these drones. Bunch of these workers continue to drop down here. Just going to be seeing the BCs are going to teleport away back toward the upper left. Just going to see the Cyclone and the Hellions continue to gather about. A couple more Lings dropping as well. And again, 2 more factories coming up. I mean, Harmono's doing what he can. And Fant is just like, cool, you do what you want to do, man. Like, I'm just going to rebuild my spawning pool just in case. I'm going to get more supply with 80 drones and the army count growing. Fant's fine. He does not need to rush into this position at all. He doesn't feel like he needs to rush into anything, quite frankly. He really does seem just very fine in this situation. And, yeah, Crypts and Ling's going to get scanned a little bit as they back up a bit, but generally speaking, this is truly seeming like a pretty dreamy scenario on the side of Fant, ready to take a 2-0 and move into the second round of the OSC mid-season playoffs. There's a few Roaches gather up, a couple of Ravages going to be there. We'll see him moving about as well. Corruptors get up to the top side. Now the carapace and that Baneling speed continue to build for a little bit, so again we bring a lot of that online. Going to be seeing the Corruptors going to get chased. Cyclone's going to lock on. Corruptor's going to take some shots. Well, Rav just stepping through. The Banelings are going to come across as well. Just going to see those Roaches continue to chase those Cyclones away for a little bit. So just going to be having that turn back around. The Ling Roach Bane Ravager coming back through as well. Cyclones looking to be chased once again. The Lings are going to continue coming over. Roach is going to be there. So again, just push that back a little bit. Again, Melee and Carapace still coming through the Baneling speed. Going to be done very shortly. Corruptor's just caustic spraying down bases though. I mean, at this point, Harmono has not really. I mean, Cyclones will kill the Corruptors over time, but then Lings are jumping onto these Cyclones too. The Corruptors not going to get themselves caught in the main. They're going to turn back around while the Lings have the Cyclones busy. But Harmono has nothing to really play for here. This entire game situation is just going completely downhill and down the drain. I think it's fair to say that this one is going to be all about Fant as he looks to take a 2-0 in this BO3. So there you have it. Fant takes the 2-0 and will advance to a next round of this OSC mid-season playoffs, advancing from round 1 into round 2. Oh, in this case, I think it was from round 2 into... No, it's round 1 into round 2. I was going to say round 2 to round 3. Some players start in round 2, some players have walkovers into round 2, and some players have, both players are just naturally there, some of the higher seeds, so some of the games we'll see later is from round 2. Not the one we're going to see next, which is going to be Moja versus Creature, coming up in a couple of moments. So we're going to get some TVP on the way. Moja, someone we don't see all the time. Creature, someone I don't really see all the time either, but both claims that you might be familiar with if you've watched StarCraft 2 for a long time. So again, this TVP start in just a few minutes, guys. I'll get this ready to go. Wow, that was pretty sick. Wow, sick game today, Fant. Loved it. Why was the first game so difficult for you, though? You felt like you should have been much further ahead than you were. What do you think went wrong? Was it the 4th round of the 2-base all-in that you just weren't expecting? It was a Terran, man, huh? It's a real Terran moment. Real Terran moment. Tokamak? Yeah, Tokamak. Just gonna give it 30 seconds, guys. We'll jump into the next series. These are all pre-played, so we can obviously jump into these very comfortably just when we're ready. So yeah, give me a few moments. We'll pick this right back off. That is going again. You play too fast and you don't like to wait and play patience. Sometimes you force bad fights for no reason. Yeah, fair enough. It just felt like it should have been easier. All good. Alright, let's jump into our next series, guys. Some TVP coming up is going to be Moja and Creature. I was about to say Fant. Again, just really switching to Protoss. Alright. In the bottom right hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Moja, who is a German Terran player. And he is going to be up against Creature in the top left-hand side. Moja has a lot of fun builds. I'm actually very excited and curious to see if he has anything in particular ready for this matchup. It'll be fun to see as the SV throws a depot down. I always think back, I think Moja TVP, my best memory of Moja TVP. And we had a lot of good Moja memories when it comes to like doing some sick Marine splits and stuff in the in TVZ and stuff, but like I actually really think of Moja TVP by the time he played against Skillets in the Home Story Cup. I'm pretty sure it was Skillets in Home Story Cup. And we cut to this game that was just utterly ridiculous. It was like 3 Liberators sieging up against like 4 Stalkers, and we were trying to like the game that we joined was like halfway through, and it was like ridiculous. Like it was down to like the last few units. And it felt like Moja was going to win. We just couldn't quite get it, and that would have obviously been a massive upset, but didn't quite make it happen, but one that still lives in my memory despite it being a very probable kind of non-matchup for a lot of people. It's probably like 3-ish years ago. I'm not sure when exactly it was, but not super long, I guess. SCV's chase the probe around for a couple seconds. SCV's going to go across. Probe going to be taking a couple of nibbles. Cybercore, Nexus going back over. Just going to see that probe coming up. Orbital and the Reaper coming through. Commence in production as well. Bringing that all online. Seeing the probe going to go back up toward the top side here for a couple of moments. So bringing that straight back through as well. This Nexus on the way. Okay, and the Adept still coming through. The probe still producing. Let's bring a lot of this online as the SCV gets back down towards the center. And that CV comes across. Again, just going to see a CC in the factory coming over, refinery and the bunker coming through as well. That will just chase the Reaper, will take a few more shots, and then we'll get coming up. The Stargate still producing, and this Reaper again all the way back down to the bottom right hand side. See you later, Fant. Thanks for dropping by. Congrats on the win. See you in the next round of the MSP. As we have Reaper, it's going to be just our action for the moment. I guess we've got the Adept that's poking, but with the bunker up, it's going to be pretty limited what this Adept can do, so I can't imagine there's actually going to be much happening over here. So yeah, maybe more so just interest in what's happening with this Reaper, which is moving around a little, nothing too crazy realistically right now. We've seen the Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming up, so Battery and the Gate's coming online as well. Reaper just going to sit on this third base location for a little bit. The Adepts gathering together. Spread themselves for a second. Reaper still moving through. Warp Gate's coming about. Robotics Facility will finish on the natural expansion. The Reaper and the Hellion will join up for a few more seconds. We do see there's Adept on the bottom side just hanging about as well. Phoenix, Robo, Probe in production. Wait for the Hellion coming back across. Don't forget to pick the Hellion off. And we'll just see the Oracle still flying in as well. Just going to activate for a couple of Pro SCVs perhaps. Marine's going to step over as well. It's just going to bring that back along for a few seconds. Bring that back into place. Yeah, Robo Facility, a couple of pylons coming up. The Viking tank and the Marines will build as well. Just going to see this Oracle back over. The right side is the Woodmine burrows up right there. Maybe something we can take a peek at. No kabooms just yet though. Viking pops out, Oracle takes some damage. Woodmine's there! Oh my goodness, still doesn't go off, so this Oracle will live yet again. It's not going to go down at all, so a little bit of a fortunate save. We do see 2 Stalkers being warped in right now as well. Let's continue to bring those up and get that into action as we just have, again, Viking the Marines coming through, the SCVs on the way up, Barracks still building, Engineering Bay on the way out, Immortal Chrono boosting the Nexus on the 3rd base. A couple of Marines on the front can jump into this bunker perhaps and get that filled up for a few moments here as well. Immortal, the Robo Bay, the Nexus, all building through. Just going to be seeing a couple of Depths and the Stalkers. Going to be there to push back against that as well. Shoving that away for the moment here. Again, Stimmin +1 also producing through. Going to see the Sentry and the 2 Zealots are going to get themselves warped in as well. That Nexus still coming about. And Robo Bay coming up. The Nexus and a couple of Probies are coming down. Bring this all online. Just Impact Combat Shield +1. The Marauder coming up as well. Just have those units continuing to gather together here for the moment. Just adding that Siege Tank into place as well. So get that started. So the Sentry just going to come through. And again, the Probe going to come across the build-up. There's Battery for a couple seconds. The Battery comes down over to the sides. Straight into position. And the Thermal Lance coming up. Twilight Council, the Gateways coming up. And a little bit more rallying around here for a couple of seconds. No true Oracle would ever get caught by a Widowmine. Every time I make an Oracle, then it's just not a real Oracle. I need to get the proper blueprints for one then. Because yeah, I've definitely been making some bad Oracles in that case. I don't make Oracles a lot, but when I do, you bet they can. You bet they're like a magnet to the Widowmine. Ay. It's not the machine, it's the pilot. Wow. Joke's on you guys. You think I'm controlling the Oracle well enough to be called a pilot? Not me. Yeah, you guys think I'm doing some micro or something. I'm just clicking this thing across the map. That's what you do with Oracles, right? You just click them across the map and they get one scout off. Yeah, no, I don't bother with all the other buttons on them. We're just going to see a couple of units go into stasis. Not a big deal. Push from Moja is sizable. Obviously has good upgrades here as well. +1 just finishing as he arrives. So the timing window is good. See what he can do as he pushes into position here. The scan is in place. A couple tanks getting sieged up. Widowmines get burrowed. Maybe the chance to push in toward the natural. The other tank going to press a bit further forward as well. Oracle takes a little energy recharge. We do see the Stalk is going to take a bit of a blasting. A couple of tanks will get sieged. The Stasis Ward coming down. Just going to jump ourselves onto the Robo Facility. The Vikings are going to put themselves in a position they can start to zone the Colossus out. And a couple of tanks doing their thing. The Phoenix is going to fire up a few shots. It's going to be seen a pullback. The Oracle going down. I'm going to walk down this ramp into this army. Does not feel great without Charge. Charge is done in a few moments, but not just yet. As Mojo with complete overwhelming numbers. Obviously, this was just a great fight. Going in without Charge especially just meant these Zealots did absolutely nothing. There's a new Colossus. Oh, the Stasis Ward lands with the new Colossus in play. Is that actually going to be enough to hold on here? Tank on the high ground. Does it want to siege or is it just going to stay in single target mode? For now, single target mode. And Marauder chases the Colossus, funnily enough, as the two Vikings will also get to that. But then there's a battery showing up. Zealots will clean up the tanks. And that Stasis Ward has just saved Creature in this game. If that Stasis Ward wasn't here, everything dies. But that one Stasis, as we're going to see here, that one Stasis at least prolonged his death. He's going to still lose the Colossus. He still loses, obviously, a lot of probes in this scenario, most likely. Hey, I mean, he's still going to force this back. The Zealots warping in will do a good enough job of making sure that that is going to be handled. So, yeah, pushing that away. Marine Marauder tank. MindelVK still coming through. A couple barracks in the orbital command coming online. A few of these units from Moja pulling back down to the bottom right as well. The Zealots, the Colossus, moving through for a few moments. Yeah, again, Blink and the Colossus coming about. A couple of gates and the Nexus coming online as well. Still got a few more Zealots coming into place. Getting that up and running for the next few moments. The Zealots go all the way around that right side. A couple of refineries going to get placed down here as well. Again, just going to see Marine Marauder tank continue to come through. And again, a few of those units just gathering themselves up nice and quickly to continue to settle into place for a few moments. Engineering Bay, Armory, SCVs all building. The Zealots are going to charge in from the right-hand side. Going to come straight into this as a couple of these mules. And SCVs may be in a little bit of trouble. It's going to see those tanks sieging. Again, pushing the Zealots out of there. Keeping those back. The Marine going to turn its way back over the left side as well as a couple of the probes continue to go back and forth. The Marine still chasing about. And Solid Stalker Colossus is going to come through. Armor upgrading the Conquest of Shells building up into play as well. And yeah, just going to be seeing the tank Marine Marauder Force continue to come about for a little bit. And blockades coming by. Just going to see the Marine Marauder tank MindelVK again still producing through. Just going to have the few Zealots and the Colossus coming down that left side. Just going to see the Corona boost on the Nexus, and the probes will be popping out over the next few moments. Again, 10 blockhouse building, Zealots and the Colossus coming through. +2 attack, +1 armor building into play as well. And got that blink finishing up very shortly as the few Zealots of Creature gather on the right. Decide what we want to try and do here for the next little bit. Ship weapon is still building through, and again, the upgrades continue to come around. Just seeing the units still gathering for a little while longer. Ghost Academy will produce bunkers on the way, and the probe, again, also coming across to that left side for the next few moments as the upgrades, ship weapons, all of this coming around for a little bit here. Storm continuing up as well. Still got the +2 and the +1. The Storm, like I say, all the bits and pieces continue to come around for a little bit. It's in the bottom left. Oh, I like that. Just kind of a hidden base. I mean, it is kind of the next base along down this left side, unless you take the forward base here, which is kind of a, you know, it's got a rich gas on it, but I don't know. I feel like this is maybe the more natural base to come to next. We'll see if Moja does much about that bottom left side. Zealot's still going to gather, and again, Creature really still in this game. That stasis really saving it. Just the you saw how much damage that bio was able to do. Imagine you never get the extra 10 Zealots or so into the game because that bio was active the whole time, and then this position now would never really kind of be where it's at. The Marauders show up. A few Zealots are going to come in. The Marauders going to start pulling back a little bit. Just going to see the other bio force coming over. Vikings Liberators going to be there to help chase those Zealots out of there. A few Stalkers on the left side going to get chased as well. A couple tanks still sieging for a few moments. 2 upgrades, the Ghosts, the tank, and the Barracks. Building about. One more scan coming down. Keeping an eye on things. Zealot Stalker Colossus Force heading to the bottom right corner here as well. And 2 upgrades about to be done, +2 ship weapons coming up. Guardian Shield going to pop as our tanks are going to siege. A couple of EMPs already coming down onto this army. Tank Fire is going to do a lot of splash damage as well. And a lot of work in on that. Still going to see the rest of that force getting pushed away. Another Liberator stepping through. Another couple tanks will settle into place as well. This army of Creature again all the way back up around the top. And the tanks and the Bioforce continue to gather together there for a few moments. Zealot Stalker, Colossus High Templar, ready to make a jump onto this planetary fortress in a few seconds. Again, a couple of refineries coming up. The Liberators looking to get set. Tanks will be able to start sieging here. First missile turret already going down. The Liberators will take a step forward, siege up this spot, push those Zealots away. Storm comes down onto the couple of Libs. It's going to be a part of pushing them back as well, so pushing those away for the moment. Still got the 3 upgrades and the +2 ship weapons coming into place as well. So again, we get a lot of that continuing through right now. We're taking a lot of tank shots before we do anything here. There's just a lot of free damage. Creature is eaten up. Don't love that for him. He's pretty rich. 3k, 1.5k in the bank. Mojo pretty rich as well. Both players have money to work with here. Great advantage to creature in a moment or so. Has the Prism into the natural that Mojo has to now try and deal with. The bunker will help. Prism might go down to the turret. One shot away from death. I mean, coming in from this left side is definitely better for creature because now at least you're not walking into all those tanks and libs. He is not winning this fight though. Walking up this ramp is not going well for him at all. Mojo is able to hold this position, keep his opponent back. Another Prism warping again. Seeing that Prism survive low HP now. Showing the value of that as Mojo's supply is dropping off a little bit, mostly losing SCVs. His army supply is still looking good. He's going to step down this ramp into this army. Now he's the one attacking into 3 Colossus, which does not look super pretty. And now Mojo's army supply looks troubled as well, as his natural is still overrun by Zealots, and creature is going to get this game in the bag. That's stasis, game changing. And the moves from there pretty solid from the creature as well. Hard to really kind of dismay at that or anything. But for Mojo, that's probably a frustrating one because that felt like it was so good for him before he walked into that stasis. But yeah, these Colossus as well. Even the start of this fight as well, I felt like this was looking okay for Mojo for a good long while. And it just wasn't quite enough in the end. GG. We are going to have ourselves a game 2 coming up, which is going to be on Old Republic. I'll just slip the 1 minute of ads in, guys, and we'll get ready to go Old Republic for a map 2. You're watching the OSC mid-season playoffs with myself, Wardy, of course. Appreciate you guys. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing great. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. As we jump into game number 2, it's going to be Old Republic as Creature has the 1-0 lead in this opening round. Winner of this would play Showtime in round 2. Fant moved on to play against Solar in round 2. Iba moved on to play Max Packs in round 2. If you want to check out the bracket, you can !B in the chat on YouTube or on Twitch. Wherever you are, the bracket command works in both places nowadays. As in the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran play here is going to be Mojo. And he is down a game against the blue Protoss in the upper right side. This is Creature. Alright, real chrono boost on at the Nexus. The probe coming about. Gateway, racks coming over. SCV on the way through. Bring this up for a little bit. Probe heading down to that bottom left side again. Refinery coming up. Racks and the SCV on the way. Need a drink after this series. My voice giving out for a second. Alright, yeah, Probe just coming across the scout. Let me see where this goes in Old Republic. See what sort of build Mojo wants to do. See how aggressive he maybe wants to make this through the early stages once again. I imagine that's going to be a big question on our minds here. As the SCV just take this probe and pushes it back for a little bit at least, shoving it away for a few moments. So Probe just going to move up toward the top. Cybercore is coming around. Let's see if he's moving for a little bit. Patrol up the right side is obviously going to start getting some information gathering done. So in we go. Try and see a little bit of what's going on just for a while. Get that started. We're now moving about. Factoring the command center coming up, refinery in the bunker coming into place. Again, reactor still coming through. Just going to get the Reaper onto a couple of the probes there, so able to put a bit more damage out for the moment. Probe going to chase, Reaper taking a few more shots. It's low, nothing too wild. Chased out of here for now. Reaper comes over. You can see that Stalker moving about. The few probes will gather and charge in the warp gate coming up as well. The starport continuing through. The orbital command is going to be building. So again, we bring a lot of that about. See the Stalker there, able to push the Reaper away. The bunker. So coming up on the natural as the Marines and the SCVs coming through. The starport about to finish. Orbital facility building on that natural. So again, we get that going. Reaper coming up to the top. Still got that charge. Just over a quarter of the way done is going to be Creature's first step towards tech in this game. Oh, look at Mojo going to go Hyperflight Rotors for the Banshees. He's going to get some speedy Banshees up. It's going to be very nice against someone who does not have Blink or anything to really kind of work with here in terms of mobility. So definitely a potential for the Banshees to do a lot. As long as we're safe against any sort of big Zealot attack, well, obviously it was charge early. And a Robo up to build a Prism. There is the potential of kind of going through and just warping a bunch of Zealots across the map and just doing basically a DPS check on your opponent. Do you have the damage to kill these Zealots before they just run rampant? Hallucination back over to the left side. Just nice with the Marines. Gonna hit the hallucination down. It is going to fall. Reaper pulls off to the side. A couple more Stalkers warp in already. Getting that on the go as well. Again, charge is about to be done. Next is still building up. Banshee tank, the Marines coming through. Hyperflight Rotors coming in. Just going to see the Reaper still chilling up top side. And yeah, Nexus is about halfway at the moment. Nexus battery building on through. Just going to see the Banshee, the tank, and the Marines still coming up. The extra couple of barracks coming over as well. Bottom left, there's Banshee still lingering, figuring out what we want to do with it. Is another Banshee going to come and fly to tag team with it as well? So just going to bring this over. And a couple of Banshees make their way up the left-hand side. Again, the Immortal coming through. Nexus and the Gateway producing as well. A few of the Marines in the Stim Pack and the +1 continue to come into play. So yeah, Banshees get all the way up across at the top. Stalkers are centering the Zealots. Won't be here as well. Just going to move over for a couple more seconds. Again, defensive positions. I'm really excited about these Banshees, though. I feel like there's so much potential for them against someone that doesn't have Blink. Also cheering for Mojo a little bit here because he's down a game, and unfortunately the Banshees reveal themselves on the pylon, which is not ideal. And we have a few Stalkers warped into the main base. These Banshees are still quick enough to maybe, potentially cause some trouble, but not if they don't even gain the initial part of access. So yeah, shut down. Revealing them on that pylon is going to be a pretty major deficit. I mean, obviously Creature could have seen them anyway. At this point, I guess we should just kill the pylon, no? I mean, are you afraid of Blink? You shouldn't be just yet, based on the fact he went charge first. The timing isn't there for Blink right now, so maybe we could have killed the pylon. I guess instead he wants to prioritize coming back down. The problem is if you pull away, now as Creature, they're likely coming in from this side, if anywhere, right? Or the center. Like, they're not coming in from over here because you still have the pylon here, so maybe it would have been nice to try to get the pylon. I guess if you get the pylon, then the units show up, then maybe your Banshees get stuck here, so then that's not great either. And you do want the Banshees to move some units, as we are going to see the Banshees on the right side, and I feel like this is a little lackluster from Creature, who should just be able to kind of recognize that, hey, these Banshees at the very least are over here, right? So maybe a bit more defense on the natural preemptively would have been not really a miss or anything. Would have been pretty fine to see. Bio, tanks, Banshees moving up, a couple of Widowmines as well. Stalker's going to shoot at the Medivacs. Sorry, at the Banshees. The Medivacs are here as well, though. Stim is done in this push from Moja. Pretty scary. A couple of Widowmines going to get burrowed up. Stalkers do now have their Blink. We get a few Zealots around the left side ready to come into this. There's only a few Zealots on the low ground, though, which is actually a little concerning. There's not that many. Widowmine's going to go off toward the Stalker in this Immortal up on the top left side. Tanks going to get a few more shots off. Can we save these tanks from these Zealots? That would be amazing if they didn't die, and they do not. Being able to keep on firing from afar obviously is a massive boon here, so that's going to be a major positive, major plus at the moment, as we are going to see this Immortal try and come back into play. Going to try and get re-involved. The Bio with the Sim just does so much damage, though, and Creature is not holding on against this. Good one from Mojo. Good push and also good execution, keeping his tanks alive against those Zealots for a few moments longer, getting as much damage out with them as possible. Colossus gets shoved away. One Colossus is not going to change things here. Tank dies to the Widowmine splash, but alas, sometimes that's the price you got to pay. Is this natural is pretty much doomed. Can we get anything up that's going to change things? A few Zealots are not going to change it. It's not enough supply at once. Zealots are tanky, they buy time. I don't think we need to kite 3 Zealots down into the mines. Maybe if there's a few more Zealots I could understand that move, but it's fine anyway. It's like really kind of nitpicking for the sake of nitpicking at that point. GG's, we get tied up 1-1. Moja going to bring it back and take us through to a game 3 of the series. So we're going to go the distance in this best of 3. First game 3 of the day, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going to head into a game 3 of Moja and Creature. So getting this on the go. In just a few moments, let's send it. It's so nice. No one else is here casting a day. I'm just like, I just got to click the button and start watching the game. Such a convenient day for me. So such an easy one. Usually we're counting the amount of people in the lobby and seeing if we've got all the casters and everything and throwing invites out. None of that needed today. None of that needed at all. As we do have game 3 kicking off then in the bottom right side with the red Terran player Moja. He is taking on the blue Protoss in the top left Creature. Alright, Moja and Creature coming up for game 3 then. Away we go. Gate Pro coming through, Rex and the gas coming up. Just going to see that SCV chasing the probe for a couple of moments here. Probe be on the move for a little bit. SCV chases the probe for a couple moments. SCVs will chase, probe will take some damage. Next in the cyber core coming up, Reaper in the orbital coming through. That's going to have ourselves the fence and drop it into the natural then. See this SCV making a getaway for the moment, so just gonna go get across and get some scouting done. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what's going on. Let's figure out what's happening over here for a few moments. Let's just see the probe and the SCV having a look at each other. Probe runs back to mining. Cybercore is about to finish up and get that concluded. Depth in the warp gate coming about. Nexus and the probe still coming abound. Marine and the command center coming online. The depot and the factory building as well. All the good stuff still very much so being brought into play as the Reaper also comes back to the top left. Gonna fire a few shots. Next is still building up. The Adept is going to step across. The Reaper has to back off for a second. And factoring the bunker coming through. This Adept is going to try and find any position they can to jump onto this Reaper. As Reaper continues to pull back again. Twilight Council still ticking along. Okay, coming up. Probe on the way. Have the Adept in as well. Continue to bring as much of that into play as possible. Here's the Adept. Will shade once more. Again, still just seeing the orbital and the starport coming through at that SCV into the mix. Adept is going to be there. Can we just chase this Reaper away for a couple moments right now? Reaper hops up. We're just going to be, again, scouting. Sees the Twilight Council chrono boosted. Get a bit of a read as to what's happening with that. A grenade is not going to hit the Stalker, but it's also not necessary. This Reaper is long gone. Maybe the Adept Shade could have caught it if it was a moment sooner. But the Reaper is going to get out alive. So Mojas, Reaper, all good. Right now we have an Adept over here that's broken through. Low HP. Few SCVs pull off the line, trying to ensure that we can finish this off. Hoping we don't get any losses from this. Seems fine. We recover from that one. Just going to see the Raven and a couple of Marines still coming up. The Reaper is going to go from Moja back toward the upper left-hand side of the map. It's just going to bring that straight up top. And once again, just try and find some further info. We still got a lot of looking around in the base. We have a second and third barracks now coming up from Moja as well. As Raven is about to pop, so obviously no Hyperflight Rotor Banshees this game. To be fair, they didn't really do much. They got a few probes in the end. They forced a bit of movement on the defense, but really not that impactful in the grand scheme of things. This Raven is going to make its way up toward the top side of the map. And away it goes. Again, tank the barracks, the depots and the SCVs, all of those building through still. This hallucination still coming down the bottom right as well. Just see the Raven gathering there for a second, hallucination gathering up. See the tank getting sieged as well. Stim the Marines coming through also as the blink is about to be done on the Twilight Council. Raven ready to throw the auto turret down. A couple of these probes will start getting jumped on. A couple of those workers begin to drop. Not a bad start for the Raven. 2 kills and obviously in the back, healthy. Able to come back in, throw some more auto turrets into the future. I imagine Moja has the idea of Stimpak and Combat Shield in play, in his mind before he moves out for anything here. So Stim and Combat Shield both on the way up. And just letting those kind of trickle along. Challenging the Immortal still coming through as well. A couple of probes and the gates coming online. You see the auto turret dropping down again into this natural. A couple of probes being chased out of here. It's not quite find one more, but still again just showing the usefulness of this Raven. 2 different mineral lines it can basically lock down. And just harass onto and just keep units having to be nearby and ready to respond to it, else you're just constantly having that Raven do more and more as the game goes on. And even still, if you have new units nearby to clean up the turret, it speeds up the defense, but the Raven still is going to cause a bit of an SE, a bit of a probe pull every time as well, so definitely still some value there. Come back about again. Stim, Combat Shield, Marine Marauder, and the Medivac's building through. The Widow Mine pulling back there for a couple seconds as well. Still good to pull away once more. Still got the rest of this Marine Shank Force on the move. Then Mojo with his upgrades finishing. Let's see where he gets in position to. This area down here is obviously very powerful. These Stalkers going to look for a little bit of initial damage, but they don't find much. Manage to target anything, unfortunately, and blink away. Widowmine's going to set up around the edges, obviously soften up those Zealots. Would be nice first. Widowmine shot both. The Widowmine shots are quite nice onto the Zealots. Guardian Shield double popped as well. It's going to take away some potential force field energy. Obviously, with those Guardian Shields stacked, definitely not intentional to have them both up in the same place. Not really doing much for you. You do kill off the Raven at least, as now the Bio pushes further forward. So the tanks. The Zealots are kind of melting very quickly here. What do the tanks target fire? Initially, just go onto some Stalkers. The Immortal's going to be busy with the Marauder on the right side, so the tanks are still very safe here and still surviving a long time. Sentries will go down, and we are going to have ourselves this Widowmine. Maybe could have threatened the Immortal, and they backed away from it. We're actually just going to get ourselves both the Immortals anyway. The bio numbers that remain, very good. Widowmine now goes off on the Zealots. And this third basic creature is in trouble as Moja brings the series back after that first game felt as though it maybe should have been his, and he ends up losing it. He keeps his cool, keeps his nerve, brings it back over the course of games 2 and 3, and he's going to get the win in this series. He's going to be moving into round 2 to play Showtime in the next round of this winner bracket of the OSC mid-season playoffs, number 1 for 2026. A little bit of bio stemming up, Stalker still blinking away, Vikings, Marauders, and everything else building for now. Sami is still ready to chase into this natural. There's a couple units across the map from Creature moving across. The few Zealots are going to go diving in, just going to be seeing that Marine gang caught, picked off as well. Take that out straight away here. Just have the rest of this trying to push in, trying to make a difference, trying to make something happen. I really do think we've got ourselves too much from Mojo. I don't think Creature is going to find a defense on this one. GG. Moja takes it down, and he is going to take the 2-1 victory in this series. So Moja gets through to the next round, which is not something we see today. Obviously, we make our way through a lot of the other matchups today. At first, we're going to be going into Arifire versus Azura up next, which is a bit of PvP, also from this first round of action, guys. So we'll be getting into that. I'm just going to take a quick break and grab myself a drink, so don't go far. We'll be right back. More StarCraft on the other side of this. Quick set of ads. BRB. Welcome back. It's PvP time. Arifire and Azura coming up. I'm just going to take you guys straight to the game screen instead of just changing to me for a second just to change to the in-game screen. There we go. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with the red Protoss player. This is going to be Mr. Arifire for game 1 of this BO3. Taking on the blue Protoss, Azura. In the top left, Arifire should be a favorite here, but PvP, you never quite know. Let's see what takes place as Azura and Arifire get up into game with one another here over the next few moments. Kick this off and get this into action. Excuse the observant for one moment, guys. I've got a puppy who requires strokes and loves. So I'm just going to stay AFK. I'll tell you what, I'll put us on follow on one of these probes, and then I'll give Ellie some love. Well, not much happens for a couple of seconds. She's up and about because I got up to get a drink, and now she's like, well, what's going on? Are you done? Is it playtime? No. It's just drink time, Ellie. Alas, she doesn't understand that. I hope everyone's doing well today. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you all being here. I know it's, like I say, it's a GSL day, so there's lots of multiple things of StarCraft to watch, but like I say, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. You see that probe moving over for a couple seconds. It's going to be coming across for a little bit, moving through, getting into position for a little while, so getting that on the way, getting that started up. See what we can do for the next couple of moments as we just get ourselves this game underway. Obviously, probe's still scouting. This probe over here has been turned around. It is going to be double gateway from both players, so both sides will have 2 gateways to work with. Obviously, keeps the playing field level for the moment. We'll see if anyone wants to be more aggressive. No pylons or anything on the map, though, so we might just get double gate expand versus double gate expand. The only alternative is to go kind of 3-gate robo in base. If you want to be kind of aggressive, I guess, from here. Stargate will typically lead you to an expand at some point as well, just in a very safe manner. Azura could take a bit of a lead here if he just kind of expands more greedily and defends against the Stargate well. Could be the route for him. As the couple Stalkers come down this ramp and begin to move through. Azura not with the minerals to do much yet. Is going to go robo in base. Okay, so we're going to see the tech from both players before we expand. Azura is going to guarantee that this is delayed here with the pylon there. But it's going to counter now. Nexus is going to be available from Arifire. Azura going to throw the Nexus down as well. So we expand about the same time, and then the question is Stargate versus Robo. Well, Robo can be very annoying, but Stargate is so freaking good in this scenario, I think, because you don't have an easy shutdown against the Stargate units. It's not like you have blink mobility or anything to kind of catch the Oracle out of position or anything along those lines. So, thinking on that, I kind of look at this and I think, well, I kind of feel like this Oracle is going to have a lot of potential to do damage, or at least be very threatening to keep a lot of units back. And typically with a Robo, you need to take your units on the map if you want to do damage. I'm just going to Chrono Boost an Immortal quickly. Wow. I was expecting to see a Prism first, because then obviously with the Prism you can take units across early, but there's no Adepts or anything to take across. So yeah, I guess Immortal first, and we'll go from there. Of course, the Oracle may be able to pick up on this if it gets into the main at the right time. Might see that Immortal popping, so not only will the Oracle deal damage, but will also gather info. By being in your opponent's base early, gives you that kind of option, gives you that kind of possibility already as well, for sure. Here we go, 3 workers, did see the Immortal as well. 5 workers and the Immortal. Scout, yeah, pretty darn good. Arifire figures exactly what's going on here, so he knows what's up. He will start a battery back at her. I mean, the moment you see the Immortal already, you just know that your opponent's going to be trying to apply some amount of pressure and deal some amount of damage. You don't build an Immortal to sit back here unless you are being all in or something. Obviously, that's not really the case in this scenario, so Oracles gather up, battery in the probes, still coming through. A couple of Stalkers will hit, the Oracles get turned the other way. Stalkers, the Sentry, and company heading down the bottom right side. Battery about to finish up. And a couple of gates still coming across. 2 more Stalkers warping through. The other units continue to push forward. Stalkers warped onto the natural. 2 sentries warping off the prism. Just going to see the oracles down that right-hand side. And here's the push in from Azura. Arifire, like I say, should be aware of this. That doesn't mean you can necessarily defend it. Force field's good initially, put some damage onto that prism. That's good. That's the sentry hard at first. Now the oracles are showing up just to try and add some damage back into this scenario as well, doing what they can to try and help us out here. One more Stalker falls. We'll continue to go back and forth. Another couple of sentries going down. A couple of Zealots getting into the front as well. The prism gets shot down also. Those couple of Zealots are still swinging at the Immortal. Stalkers are there to help us out as well. And one more Stalker going down. Now the Immortal on the right side can take a few more shots of damage. Stalkers go back and forth. The Immortal decides to back away. Giving up on this one for now. Well, the thing is, that's a defense from Arifire. Now he gets in a great position. His blink is going to be so much sooner. His opponent's Warp Prism is gone, so that pressure that could have been on the map is removed already. All of these very positive factors. The Oracle is going to be lingering back on the other side again. Will not find much. Stalkers, in fact, going to get underneath it and put some good damage out. Will not kill it, but gets that Oracle low at least. Like I say, it's not going to be too game defining or anything just yet, but still something to keep our eyes on is that Oracle, trying to make sure he's not running into too much trouble. So we've seen the Stalkers and the Immortal are still gathering together then, so again we bring that up and around for a little longer. See the Immortal, the battery continue to come up. Just going to see the blink still Corona boosting along as well. So again, continue to get that on the go. Next to Stalker warping in. The other Stalker's coming across the map. So there's going to be the Stasis Ward coming down there as well. The Stalkers in good numbers, like I say, with blink being done, you're going to have some opportunity here to trade and trade well. So let's see what Arifire can find as he steps into this natural expansion. Immortal is obviously a very good initial find. We take that every day of the week. It's a very good start. I'm just going to see the Stalkers actually going to blink through. We might just end the game here. We're going to see some probes getting pulled. At the very least, we're going to do some serious damage as Arifire is already in a bit of a lead, and that's going to grow with 4, 5, 6 workers going down. Obviously, pylons easy targets as well. We have a new Immortal starting from Azura, but that feels like an eternity away right now when you are being jumped on by these Stalkers already. Arifire does not have any reinforcements here, by the way. He's reinforcing from across the map, so his reinforcements are going to come extremely slowly. Just get rid of a Stalker, looking for another that goes down as well. One more Stalker warping in the background. Can we kill it? We can kill it before it can get any sort of movement to try and save it, so it's going to be too much in Arifire. Our favorite is going to look just like that in game number 1, taking this one down. We'll be heading into our game 2 in a couple seconds then, as we'll head to Old Republic for this next game. We'll just head straight to it, guys, and continue the action here on this OSC mid-season playoff day. This best of 3 marks the halfway point of our stream. We've got 4 best of 3s to come after this one, featuring Young Yakov versus Nikoract, Percival versus Art, Nightmare against GG Machine, and Shameless versus Jumi. So the level of play definitely heating up a little bit. Some of the closer matchups in this first round, I would say, coming through. Some of those matches that are in round 2 because the players are kind of very middling kind of seeds in the tournament. As on the top right-hand side, it is going to be our red Protoss player. This is Arifire, and he has the 1-0 lead against Azura in the bottom left corner, playing the blue Protoss colors. So we get this up and ready to go. Probes have already started scouting across each other in the middle of the map. We'll follow Arifire's here, try and put some pressure on in the next couple of moments. Cybercore coming into place, the gates coming up. Our probes will keep on producing, and we just have ourselves... It's coming along for the moment. So probes getting built, gates on the way through. Just gonna have ourselves this high ground, extra gateway coming about, and Cybercore. Might bring that over nicely for the moment. Stalking the sentry stone on both sides, the warp gates will begin. There's our probe moving out for a couple of moments as well. Just going to drop that pylon down again. Stalk the sentry coming about, the warp gate is coming through. That going for a couple of moments. You can see the probe will nibble at the other probe. And that back over for the moment. A couple of pylons will produce. Probes will be nibbling here. Just a mild annoyance, obviously, early. Both players are kind of doing the same thing. Just trying to delay that expansion from coming down. There's not really an effective way to stop this from being delayed, so you just kind of got to let it happen to some extent. And just kind of got to go through from there and see what comes of it all. There's a couple sentries in the Nexus. We'll build up into place here. The Twilight Council building on the side of Arifire. Obviously, that's going to be the first real tech structure we get to see in this game. Twilight Council from him, and waiting to see what it's going to be from Azura, who is building one additional sentry, so that's why his extra bit of gas has gone in what has otherwise been a very similar game from each player so far. So he's got a bit more gas on that second sentry. We're going to see that kind of being on the way now as well from Arifire, just obviously he prioritized Twilight first, so that's the difference. Twilight, then extra sentry versus sentry, then Twilight. And so Azura's Twilight is going to be significantly later because of that. Let's see how much of an impact that has on the blink time, and we'll see if it opens the door for Arifire to do much, but generally speaking, this is going to be a 2-base on 2-base PvP here on Old Republic, which is a pretty sizable map as well, so definitely kind of chances to head in toward a bit of a later stage PvP, unless Arifire really is able to strike hard with that blink advantage, and I feel as though Azura should be fine. It's going to be tough for Arifire to have so much that like 20 seconds of blink advantage is going to be kind of game-ending. But it's not like there's any other advantage in play. It's not like Azura is playing behind in workers, behind an army, or anything like that. He'll have an extra bit of sentry energy. It's very whatever. So yeah, Arifire will have a slight edge maybe. A little bit greedy, I think, by going for the Twilight first, and a little bit beneficial, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to... Because, you know, unless you're out on the map as Azura, that's when it goes very wrong. If you're out on the map and you get caught on the map, and your opponent gets to blink and you don't have blink, then you're in trouble. If you're playing defensively at home, you can probably buy the 15 to 20 seconds that you need to really even that back out, to be honest. So, yeah, that's why I'm kind of at and what I'm kind of feeling with this thus far. Hallucination coming through. And got the blink coming over. Just having ourselves the gates coming up, the Nexus being built, probes coming online. This hallucination is going to get through in a couple of seconds. Two gates coming by, two probes coming up, robo facility and the Nexus both still building into play just for the moment here. Again, that blink chrono boost on the Twilight Council, and the Stalkers and the Sentries continue to get down toward the bottom as well. A few Stalkers there are going to be chilling out on the high ground as well for a little while. We gotta jump up. Well, as I mentioned, you're not going to see much advantage with the blink time, but it's going to be a pretty aggressive version, mostly because Azura didn't have his other units pulled across just yet, so... I mean, even still, you're kind of blinking in, so you don't really have much of a blink advantage. It just helps you to initiate the fight here. Then it comes down to Azura just having enough, and now blink is done. That should actually just be fine, so... Not terrible for Arifire, honestly. Still feel like this was okay for him, just maybe not as great as he was perhaps initially looking for. And so you stalked in the sentry. Keep gathering up. An Immortal on the way as well, bringing that out. You got the couple of probes still popping through, the couple of Stalkers coming out. On the other side, we actually have these forward gates from Arifire. Really wants to stay aggressive then. See how much that can provide for him. He's currently up double the stalk count of his opponent, so maybe there is just a route for Arifire to just see some serious damage here. Sentry goes down. We're going to see the battery recharging. There's a Maul's about to show up. We just used a blink aggressively on these Stalkers. A lot of our Stalkers low as well, so they're going to start dropping very quickly when the Immortal starts to smash into them, which is absolutely happening currently. Stalker still pulling across, just going to be seeing the extra gates in production here from Azura as well. Battery coming up. Probe, Immortal, Stalker in production also. Stalker still trying to fight. Immortal fighting back the other side. We're now going to blink on top of the Immortal. We get it. I mean, I think Azura still has enough Stalkers to be okay here, but obviously is trailing and have to pull a few probes as well. And so Arifire has a chance to just establish a little bit more of an opening right now, a little bit more of an advantage. This Immortal stepping through and trying to get to a point of defense as well. So new Immortal. I think Arifire does have to just respect this and back away for now. He just has to walk away from this one at the moment. Stalkers will blink in again. Just going to jump on this Immortal. It is going to go down. The other few Stalkers are going to take some damage. One Stalker going down, looking for the other two. Taking some shots also. A couple more Stalkers warping in. One more Stalker picked away at. The Immortal going to be coming through there, coming across for a couple of seconds as well. Army heading over to the left-hand side. A couple of batteries. The Immortal being chrono boosted. See those Stalkers moving down. Pro going to get picked up. Going to jump onto these other Stalkers. Onto the Immortal as well for a couple moments. Charge on the +1 still coming up from Arifire. The Observer on the way. Looking further across back over that right side. Next is on the 12 o'clock building through here. The Stalker going to peel off over to the left. All of those Stalkers, the Prisoner and the Sentry still stacking up. We are going to see the other Stalkers coming back around into the middle. Stalker's going to shoot here. Stalker going to take a few more shots. We fire back. We get some damage done. Fourth base is coming up from Arifire. I like his approach. He's got map control. He's taken an he's established a lead early with these Stalkers. And he's now basically saying, cool, I'm in a good position. Let's just hold this position. Let's just hold this out for a little while. And let's just kind of work forward from this spot for the foreseeable future, essentially. Stalkers the Immortals thinking they're coming down that ramp. No, will not do so just yet. Do blink to the left side. Going to find ourselves a Stalker there as well. And just seeing the Immortal. +1 attack, Temple Archives, all of that continuing to play. Stalker still gathering. Gates and the pylons gathering also as our Stalkers will blink forward once more. Still seeing those other Stalkers chased out of here for a little bit. Again, the attack upgrade still building on our forge. Temple Archives going to be done soon. Another few Zealots rejoining us here, re-warping for a couple of seconds as well. It's building up, battery on the way, High Templar still producing through. We have ourselves Zealot, Stalker, and more all joining together. This army of Azura ready to make a little bit of a push back toward the top perhaps. Going to be a Zealot here we can grab very, very easily. Just going to grab that straight away, jumping to the left-hand side, going to get another pick off. The Observer still moving up. You're going to see the Zealots coming in from the top side. Going to see the Zealots charging forward. Mortal's going to get jumped on. Prism loads up. Just going to escape out of here right now. And again, the Zealots, of course, Immortals as well, very comfortably able to come in for a little bit of a chase down just for a few moments. On the right side, the Zealot's going to move to the bottom as well. I'm just going to see that Prism still morphing in. The Resonating Glaives coming up. A couple of Pylons are going to come into place. Two more Gateways also producing through. Zealot, Stalker, and Mortal Archon goes back up north. Retreating through for the moment. Again, +2 attack upgrade is in production. Our gates and our Zealots and everything will also be added just for now. Resonating Glaives is already halfway through, by the way, so again, just seeing that getting close to being finished. A couple Stalks will finish off this Zealot. It will fall. Again, 2 gates on the bottom right. Still there from early in the game, and again, just shows how much control this map Arifire has. Look at the mini-map. This is Arifire's point of view. It's almost like you just have the entire map turned on. And this is what you see as Azura, like the bottom left, and then just about the Observer in the middle is the only bit of map control he really holds. So, Arifire with a lot of the map control, and just working with that right now. We see the Zealots and the Stalkers going to get straight onto this set of rocks, picking through this, and opening up this space already. So just going to open that straight through to knock the Observer down as well. So that goes that little bit of map control. And Zero's just kind of waiting to be attacked here. Now, Arifire I don't think is going to go until +2 attack. That's going to be, what, 15-20 seconds away if it's chrono boosted. So +2 finishing, and then we probably just go. We have the Robo Bay and a Robo Facility to reproduce behind this. He's taking a 5th base as well. You could argue maybe he doesn't have to go right. The economy position's getting better for him. His opponent's not taking a 4th. Attacking up the Rampion to Old Republic is not exactly a fun thing to do. The opponent also built into Glaives and has never used it. And if you give yourself time to produce units that are just good against Adepts, and this army comp is going to become worse and worse as well. So if we don't go as Arifire, those are the kind of reasons why. It's just, I think he's far enough ahead, it doesn't really matter too much, although I guess supply-wise it's close enough to maybe, like I say, be considerate of it. He didn't bring his whole army over, he gives some of the Stalkers on the map and leaves everything else at home. Like I say, these Adepts are usually a timing-based attack, so the longer that we go without those Adepts actually being used, the worse this army comp really becomes. Disruptor's great against the Adepts, more Archons would be great against the Adepts as well, especially. Units that can do, you know, very tanky against Adept shots and also just able to deal good splash damage to clean the Adepts out quickly. Those are the kind of things we're looking for at the moment here. Adept and Mortal Stalker back up through the middle of the map. A couple of the Disruptors still coming about. The Assimilators and the Probes coming in. Adept still building. Gonna get one more kill in the middle as well. It's still moving up top. It's gonna have the more Disruptors are gonna show up here. Bang bang on the Disruptor shot's gonna get one off dead center though. Gets a massive Adepts. So while one Disruptor died, the other Disruptor did its job. And now we'll see how well these Adepts fare, as the couple of Archons especially are going to splash through so many of these Adepts so quickly. Hard to imagine that this fight again goes really well at all at any stage for Azura, and he seems to know it. Arifire will confirm the 2-0 to round out this PvP and to put us halfway through the day on today's OSC mid-season playoff action. Of course, I'm Wardy from WardiTV. We are casting here these games. Thank you to OSC for having us, of course. But yeah, casting these games, enjoying it. And starting to get a little bit spicier now. Nikoract versus young Yakov is going to be the next matchup, which I think is an excellent match. I think it's a very competitive match as well, so eager to get in and to see what that looks like exactly. We'll be in on that in just a few minutes. We'll have to just run a quick round of ads, guys, get that on the way, get that started, and we'll kick this into play. So give us just a moment. Get that started up, and we'll get ready for Yakov versus Nikoract again. After this, we're going to have ourselves Percival against Art, also a very fun matchup. Nightmare against GG Machine, and Shameless against Jumi. So a bunch of cool matches coming up. Some CVT, PVT, PVZ, all in non-mirror matchups, and then some PvP to wrap it up, as well as Series 8. Should make this a good day. Very exciting. Where we at? 2 minutes to go on the ads. Let's just get started, guys. Yakov against Nikoract on Target map. Going to be the opening map. Going to get this started up in a second. This started and ready to go. Countdown is good. And we dive into game 1 of this BO3. In the bottom left-hand corner, the red Terran player is going to be Nikoract. In the top right side, Yakov, currently name changed to player for some reason, is going to be in the upper right side as we get the ZVT underway. Let's see who is going to be able to show up with some opportunity. It's Terran on Zerg. Actually, kind of a fun one, I think. He probably plays Yakov as a favorite in the ZVT. I mean, Nikoract's been very good lately, but more so in TVP is where he's really excelled. So, yeah, that part of it's actually very interesting. To see, Nikoract being so good in the matchup, which a lot of Terrans struggle in at the moment. Yakov has been very good. I mean, both these guys have been very good across the board. They've been doing well lately. And fun to see them as, again, Hatch coming through, a few drones coming up, Rax and the gas coming in. Just get ourselves settled for a few moments here early. So all that's down. We actually have a proxy hatch coming in here from Yakov. He's going to block the natural of Nikoract. There's no shot you're going to build your command center over here, Nikoract. This SCV started moving across. I was like, there's no shot. Okay, he builds it high ground. This SCV is just going to go scout. Just try and figure out maybe exactly what is going to happen alongside this proxy. So that's going to be our goal here initially for the moment, as that SCV goes off to the upper right side. And away we go for now. So SCV just goes moving across for a little bit. As we see the hatch gas pool coming about. Overlord on the way. Now we're going to have the Overlord on the bottom side settling in as this hatchery continues to set up. Storm comes into place. On the GSL stream, as I look across, I've got the GSL open. I'm watching a pretty epic game between Bjorn and Hero as well, and I just couldn't help but exclaim a storm. Apologies, guys. I'm sneak peeking some extra StarCraft while the StarCraft's going on. So naughty. A couple of Marines are going to try and grab this Overlord, though. And Overlord is going to go down, so we're going to get an Overlord pick off here initially. Let's just have another couple of Marines coming down to this low ground as well. I'm just going to start pushing our way through this hatchery. So, yeah, a little bit of an attack here from Nikoract, obviously clearing out this hatch. Obviously, again, the Overlord's kind of nice initially as well. Those lanes getting picked away. A couple of Marines are going to go across as well. Lane speed, Queen, the Lings can come about. Marines moving up. Get rid of this hatch, and that's going to be about it, with a couple of Hellions out there chasing the Lings away. Nothing else to be done here. Yakov's not really looking to use it. He's making 5 Overlords, mind you, to get out of the big supply block. Looks to be going to be coming up. Hellions coming around, a couple of Queens, and the Lings coming up. Banshee, Hellions, all building. This thing's going to sit out the front as the Hellions get repaired a little bit. A few SCVs coming through. And that cloak just continuing up. We are going to see those Hellions pull back a second, then the Lings all the way up to the top side. Third hatchery of Yakov is up and running. And this game settles, but I kind of like it for Nikoract. I mean, this was basically a hatchery from Yakov that didn't do much. He's been supply blocked and more from there as well. On that Banshee coming through, Bane Nest, drones, the Queens coming up, a couple of spores coming into place. The Hellions will come across and just get ready to put some pressure on. Gonna get one drone grabbed just for now. So, seeing that caught. Queen's still gathering. The Hellions gonna pull back over to the left-hand side. Just gonna get themselves up towards the top side and just getting ready to sneak in. It's gonna be seeing the attack in, and that's potentially dangerous. 13 Lings on the map. I wonder if, was that a moment to go in? Probably not, I guess, is the safe option, really. And the drones all building up, then the Spore Coil will build. Tank and the Banshee coming through. There's going to be some drones still taking a few shots of damage. I'm just going to push those Hellions away. Getting a couple engineering bays coming about. Lings and the Overlords coming through. Just a couple more moments, like we say, and you know, going to be having the couple extra barracks coming up as well. Who's the player guy? It's Yakov. He's been renamed as player for a week or so. I know, very confusing. Hellions, get rid of a couple of creep tumors. The Ling's going to get grabbed. The drone pulling back. The few Queens are going to step over as well. It's just continuing to rejoin things here. A lot of Lings going down to the bottom left-hand side. And again, one on upgrades. Stimpak coming through. A couple of barracks, Marines, and company coming online. The Hydrogen still building as these Lings wanting to jump onto this Marine tank force, but that's going to be too much there from Nikoract. Supply has just never looked good for Yakov in this game. He's up at a good drone count now, and he's to start turning that into some army. And he has just lost a few drones as well as the Banshees get in. We've got the Hellions still cruising around the right side, left side, sorry, and denying some creep spread. And Hydra Den completes now from Yakov, so we got that Hydra Den up. Again, Carapace and the Baneling speed coming up as well. The Groove Spines continue to come online here currently. Got a few Lings gathering up Queens to the left, a few Lings in the center, opening up these rocks, which we've seen a couple times already today on Tokamak. And now I think these Lings are going to get the surrounds. These Hellions are going to get wiped. There's going to be them shut down, pushed back, and the Lings can fully focus on clearing out these rocks and opening up this space. Well, again, Tank Marines and the MindelVK still produce 1-1 upgrades and Stim Pack coming online as well. This is going to finish up the rocks, and that is going to be that for the moment. Banshee here scanning for some creep spread, which not a bad thing. This army from Nikoract, oh my goodness, and Bane Speed just finished. Oh my god. I mean, I don't think Nikoract was expecting Yakov's army to be there, maybe not expecting the rocks to be down. But also just the fact that Bane Speed finished in that moment. If that was no Bane Speed, this is probably going to be an okay fight for Nikoract. Off creep, slow Banes waddling forward. As it stands, obviously that does a lot of work to reset you here a little bit, as we are going to see a couple of Banes going down. Still going to have Nikoract on a bit of a strong push, 1-1 to what will be a Carapace upgrade in this game for the Zerg player in the next few moments as we get this push going and moving. Marines stepping through, a couple of Queens already being shot at. The Baneling's going to be taking some damage as well. Ling Hydra looking to maybe come down and chase this as well. Tank shot onto the Hydras already. MindelVK have to lift them back away. That gives up your siege tank. It gives up a lot of your position. And this, if you've not noticed already as well, I didn't say it out loud, but this is a 2-base from Nikoract. There is no third command center behind this, so he's been building up to this point. He's been building up to this moment, and right now it's going to blow back up in his face, it seems, unfortunately. Ling Bane Hydra looking to come down. A couple of Marines going to get chased away. Plus 2 Carapace, plus 1 missiles. Going to come about. A couple of Libs are going to be sieging. He's going to push forward a little bit. Hatchery and some trouble. Hydra, Ling Bane looking to come down. A couple of Queens going to push down here as well, coming straight across and into position. And got the Marines, the Libs, and the tank coming up. Marines are going to step forward again. Here comes Ling Bane. Hydra's coming over as well. Pulling back against those Banelings. Now these MindelVK still doing some healing. A couple of these Hydras still getting shot down. The Queen's still regathering. Nikoract going to back away again, but not ideal when you're 2-base all in and you need to fall back and regroup. You've not really got time for it. Just going to have the Ling Bane coming back over the right side. Hydra Bane coming over to the left. Just going to be seeing the plus 2 Carapace, plus 1 missiles coming about as well. It's going to be GG's. Yakov just going to have too much, able to overwhelm in the end. And nice start from Nikoract, just getting caught with that first army of his 2-base is obviously not ideal. Some of the upgrades just kicking in the right moment from Yakov, and he was definitely in the right place at the right time when that army walked up and just bam, Bane Speed finishes. You can just jump on it from the sides. GG's well played. Nicely handled. Alrighty, we will get ready to resume through then in a second, guys. Game number 2 of this is going to be on White Rabbit. Let's get this on the go. Let's jump into a second game then. So, into this we head and jump into White Rabbit for game 2 of this. Let's see how this turns out as we get this on the way. And like I say, Yakov had a bit of a rough start and just really kind of found all the right moments just as this attack was coming. Maybe a little bit of carelessness, you could say, as well, from Nikoract. Of course, he could have been maybe a bit more cautious with his army in that scenario and that setup than what it was. Alright, CC coming about. Get this on the way. It's running for a couple of moments. As we get this on the way. So let's see what Nico and Yakov have for game 2. Drone again across the map as we're going to throw the hatchery down in the natural again. So once more, Yakov going to do this. I don't love it. I don't feel like it did a lot for him in the last game. I'm going to say I'm not sure if it's going to do a lot for him in this game either, to be honest. So I guess we'll see as this comes into place. Couple hatches, gas in the pool coming up, SCV, and then go across the map. Just for a couple of moments. So making some moves over. Take a couple of seconds. Overlord is moving forward in the SCV, gets toward the natural. Gets set up over here. Moving through for now. Yeah, hatch gas pool. Drone on the Overlord, building about. SCV scout, but the most important thing, this hatchery down here is something we got to deal with as Nikoract initially, so let's see how he'll handle this. Marine Wonders down. We dealt with this pretty fine last game, it didn't do much like this, so I'm not sure how convinced I was about seeing it again. We do have the command center is about to be wrapping up right there as well, so you get that CC finished for a couple moments. Okay, got this couple of Marines just hitting their way through the hatchery for a little bit. The Marines will just hit, hatchery will do some damage, the Lynx will be coming up, a few drones and the Lynx coming over as well. You can see the Marines still trickling along for a couple of moments. Just for now, so again, getting that set up. And yeah, drones, slings, everything coming through. We're just going to be having the Hellions and the Marines together. We'll finish this hatch off though, and we'll kind of just move on from there, is seemingly going to be the idea. Hellions will finish this off. Nice just to leave the Hellions in the low ground. Broodlings will not be able to chase those down, of course, as the Broodlings run up to that high ground. Escaping away from there for a second. Buildings pop, they don't do much. Would have rather than maybe try. I mean, I guess if you try and run them away, the Hellions might be out there and they just catch them as well, right? So, not sure how much I would have thought of that, I guess. Shouldn't have seen those couple of Hellions going to poke on this hatchery. That's obviously later than usual, perhaps, because the third hatch originally went down on the block, so Yakov is just going to bring the Queens and slowly start pushing them over towards the top. Instant back is halfway done already. The Marines and the command center coming through. Drones and the Queens coming up. Bane Nest is about to be done. The extractor is finishing on the natural, and the Banling Nest in the back of this base is going to finish up also. Those Overlords already spreading out on a bit of a journey. MindelVK and the stem still building. Orbital and SCVs coming over. A couple depots coming by. The lab producing just having our Zerglings heading around this left side. Down to the bottom left currently. And both those Banes in, so already Yakov going to have the chance or the opportunity, at least if he wants to possibly counter-attack in, so we'll see how that fares for him. Marines in the center, and the Medivacs moving across. Nikoract looking to put some pressure on with these Medivacs. Heading over to this upper right-hand side there. The Banes counter-attacking the Lings as well. Not a lot of units back here. The SCVs get jumped on, so we lose 9 workers straight away. This is already a success story. Now the natural under fire as well. And the drop denied is also just kind of critical, right? So you kill 10 SCVs, you deny the drop that was coming across the map. Great move from Yakov. Now 26 workers up in this game. Army supply still there for Nikoract. He kind of needs to go for these Medivacs, and actually now he really needs to do damage with these. He may even need to kind of force them in to try and do something. A lot of the time you just like, take map control of these, clean some creep spread, but now you might need to try and drop a mineral line and just try and get some damage, because you just took a bunch of damage yourself. And Yakov finds a beautiful moment in which to try and, like I say, take advantage of things right there, and he does a wonderful job of it. We saw the setup with those Banes morphing just before, and yeah, when he struck very nicely, so great job on that as we move up. We're going to cancel at least, so we do still have a 5th hatch coming online, or 4th hatch coming online, I guess, another 4th coming up on the top side. Just going to see those Marines continue to stim through for a couple of seconds, and starting to push up this ramp here. A couple of Banes get target fired, so Nikoract going to give himself an opportunity. That's what I mean, get across and get something done, and right now he is getting that something done pretty decently at the moment. Just going to chase down a couple of the Queens over to the left. The Ling is still trying to run up. Queen's still going into some trouble. A couple more Lings show up. The Overlord will go down also. Stem into the natural where we see the Queen and the Lings. And the drone's going to try and defend this. We finally will defend this, but hey, we said Nikoract needed to do something. That's definitely a step in the right direction to help him out. Definitely pushes him along pretty decently compared to what we maybe thought we were about to be seeing otherwise. And when Marines just dropping back into place, just going to see the Medivacs, the Marines and the tanks coming back toward the top. Again, +1 flare attack coming through, Muta Bane Queen coming over. Medivacs not Hellion joining up together as well, and we still make our way up toward the top as Marines on the right side. They want to unload. A few of them just going to drop down. The Ling's going to run through. Muta's Queens just going to show up and be a pretty easy pick-off on this for now. Getting that dealt with pretty decently on the left side. We're back across and running in with these Marines and the siege tank as well. So again, running in with those for a little bit longer. And we go to kill off this hatchery. Hatchery does fall. So the hatchery goes down. See a lot of this Lingbane Muta Force ready to maybe make a jump onto this Marine tank army top left as well. It's going to be making a dive through. First Hellion in some trouble. Lingbane going to run down into it. The Marine tank going to get jumped on. Tank is going to get caught, is going to get cleaned out. Another Muta pulling back over. The Medivacs being chased by those Mutas as well. Just going back across with that for now. A bit more cleanup being made. The few Marines are going to be there. Medivac still producing through. Just seen our armory. Currently about halfway done as the tank and the Marines continue to produce at the moment. Another tank will siege. Army coming back along for a little bit. Good amount of mutas on the way. Had a couple of Banes, the Carapace and everything in, and we do have a decent position being set up for. You see the mutas getting turned back the other direction as well, so again being pushed away for the moment. Drones coming through, 2 upgrades in production. Hatcher on the top side going to be... We attempt to get to the 4th base here from Yakov. There's been a couple of attempts to get there. This time he will get one up on the right side. This top side will become a 5th if both stay alive. He needs to be careful because Nikoract is coming onto the map and could go hunting a couple of those mutas. Never ran in the right direction. Now the mutants are going to dive the natural with a minimal amount of defense available. There's a turret, there's a handful of Marines nearby. Mutants obviously will just stick around the edges. Yakov will have to deal with this army coming across the map if Nikoract decides not to turn back around and deal with the Mutalists, which seems to be the case at the moment. The Marines, the tank, and the Medivac all still coming up. Marine tank, Medivac coming over the right side. Nolan Bane gathering around, just going to be seeing the burrow coming through as well. Down this ramp we go. Nikoract just not paying attention. That is... Oh, that is painful. That was just a no-look attack as he had no idea what was going on. Now he's going to lose all the medevacs too. This just fell apart. This game was actually fine for Nikoract. Like, he kept Yakov off a 4th base for so long. I guess he was just looking at the mutas, and then this army gets surrounded. The Marines are dead. Obviously, try and retreat. The medevacs can intercept the retreat with what is very minimal anyway. Wow, that was that was just brutal. Just mistakes made, plain and simple. Unfortunately, as GG is called, and Yakov will take 2-0. So Yakov 2-0 on his way through to that next round. We're going to get ready for some TVP up next, guys. Percival is going to be taking on Art in the next round of action in a little bit. So give us a couple seconds. We'll get this ready to rumble. Perfect. Yeah, we'll give it about 30 seconds, guys. We'll kick into this next one in just a few moments. Alright, let's end it, guys. Let's go Percival versus Art. So again, Percival versus Art. I'm actually looking forward to this one. GG Machine versus Nightmare. I think it's going to be interesting. And Shameless Dreamy will wrap up the day with a bit more PvP. That's what you still got coming up. That's what's still coming through. As we are in-game and ready to go into this PvT. Let's send it, as we're going to start off on the top left side of the map. With our pink Protoss player, this is going to be the Polish Art in this game. And bottom right, our blue Terran is going to be Percival. Percival's been really good as well lately. He's also stepped up a lot, I would say, especially in TVP. He's been playing very quickly, very aggressively. Fun to see what he has planned on this. Let's just see. Getting the assembler coming through for a couple moments. Bringing that across. That's racks and the gas coming up as well, so bringing a lot of that into place already. Getting that ready to all set up. And go, go, go. The Rex is building, getting the probe coming across, and it's going to be seeing the CC settling down, and everything getting going for a couple moments. Going to see that SCV cranking out this barracks. Let's see what Percival wants to do. No one's scouting just yet, as Art has thrown down his nexus already, so everyone kind of just playing blind and in the dark here currently for this opening game. Everyone waiting to see if their opponents will come in to take the initiative on a scout, but yeah, no one's doing anything crazy, so no one's going to get punished for this lack of scouting either just yet. It is obviously very notable. This command center coming down. It's going to see the Nexus and the pylon building. We do have the factory and this command center coming up. Refinery building into place in the main. Yeah, what's up, Razorback? OTP, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. If you guys enjoying the cast in the day, do consider supporting by subscribing or following and liking and all the usual stuff that we ask you to do. It helps us out a whole bunch. Goes a long way. Allows us to do a lot more StarCraft 2 content for you guys in the future as well. So, appreciate it if you get a chance to partake in those levels of support. So we have a hallucination. Odd as he tries to get a bit more information going, considering This has been a very blind game for him up until now. Now he'll come across the map and try to see a bit of what's going on. This nation will move over. That's that barracks coming down. Starport about to be done. Twilight Council is going to be finishing up from art on the other side as well. So Twilight Council starting up. We're going to see Blink upgrade from him to begin with. That's going to be our starting point initially. And we just have ourselves, the Rex production continuing. Get a Wood of Mine out. See what we take across the map with this medevac initially if we want to be aggressive. Maybe a few Marines and a Cyclone could go across the map. If you want to try and get a bit feisty here as Percival, if you want to try and get something going for yourself, that would probably be the route that we take. Just waiting for 2 more Marines, and then it's going to be a full cargo to go across the map with in the next couple seconds. So away we go. Cyclone, the 4 Marines begin to move out, and away they head. So let's see if Percival can find some damage with these very early units just initially. Loads a mine partway over. Just going to see the movement continuing. A couple of Marines unload, and Cyclone going to push through. A couple of probes going to start taking some damage. Stalker's going to show up. We are going to be seeing the other Stalkers coming about. Yeah, about 3 workers here, and Percival going to unload back to this, back on the mineral line, which means the Stalkers have further to run to come in for the defense. It's going to be 6 workers killed, and a Cyclone and 2 Marines are still alive, so that part is obviously very impactful. Actually having some units still alive means they can linger there and just keep a lot of units back, which is obviously a big deal. So that should be a pretty sizable factor of this as well, as you just have Tank, Marine, Stim all continuing to push on through. Marines finish off those rocks on the low ground, make sure we're not missing collecting those at any point later on. Yeah, that's Stim about halfway done. Charge coming about, rope facility, and a couple of the probies building, so I'm just trying to set up across these 3 bases. Trying to get something done with this over the next little bit. We're there sieging. It's going to get a Stalker. It's not going to be much. It's going to be a cleanup. Nice to have the pylon here for high ground vision, although the other Stalkers would have shown up and sorted it anyway, but this helps speed up the process of the defense here, so good defense from Art. Again, just that very first fight was really the somewhat disastrous part of this. As we have the again, charging the gates. Going back around. So yeah, gonna get that Twilight Council into charge following the blink just here initially. And again, +1 combat shield all coming through. This brigade still producing. Just have our Stalkers of Art heading back down to the bottom right. We'll be walking into this as we have the Battle Force going to be here. Siege tank is there. Ready to go, and push this back over to the other side. A couple of these Stalkers already taking shots. Observer will be overhead as well. The Bio still chasing. Stalker goes down. Able to keep on pushing up toward the top side. +1 combat shield and the concussive shells all on the way in. Just for the moment. It's a small army from Percival, but still got to be respected. I like the 1 medevac around the right side. Percival loves this 1 medevac with 8 Marines. Last couple of times we cast him, he's been constantly getting this 1 medevac and 8 Marines on the map, and it's been so freaking annoying. Like, it's been able to do so much. It's kind of crazy. There's the Bioforce and the Mines still moving up the left-hand side. A couple other medevacs going over. Zealots will go down the bottom. Water Mine gets set up. Tank sieges. The Wood of Mine, a couple of Marines coming through to the center as well, joining with those medevacs. Zealot's going to turn onto the command center. It's going to be a cancel straight away. Now we're attacking onto the natural and the third. These Marines could be doing a lot if they just targeted the probes. They put a lot of damage onto the Nexus instead initially. Now we're going to go over and deal with that medevac more so than is necessary, leaving an Immortal and just the rest of this army on the left side to do so much work. The Forge is open. We are going to have some units across the other side. Some Zealots are getting some SCVs initially. But we get right through this natural mineral line, and once again you can see the workers of Archers dropping down here. Damage being done. 14 probes lost for Art. And only 5 SCVs lost from Percival. Percival also has Art supply blocked. as he still keeps the siege towards his opponent's side of the map. He's actually going to load up and go into the main base, it looks like. Alt does not have a warp in that you can kind of put out against this, so you'll just have to run in. The only thing I'd say right now is another medevac on this right side with a few Marines would do deadly damage, because if you pull into the main to deal with this, that right side is going to be absolutely barren of defense. That could absolutely be a position we try and target. As the Stalkers step up, these medevacs are in trouble. I'm surprised almost that we try to get away. We actually get away with one full medevac of units, which better than I expected, I suppose, because, like I said, first did not exactly look as though it was going to be super pretty. Medevac up the top side, still being chased away. Cyclone and the two Marines being pushed out of here. Storm is currently halfway done. The Cyclone and the Marines will unload in the back and just go after a couple of these probes. High Templar unloads for the feedback. And you now see the Zealot Stalker still coming across as well. Zealots especially trying to chase down Cyclone and Marine. I like. I'm looking to punch that to the end of the earth. Zealots clean up. Rest this army over the left-hand side. A few units already unloading. Widowmine's Bioforce in general ready to make a bit of a shove forward here. With that storm about to finish up, the armor break coming through. Biome's going to unload into the main base. It's going to chase after a couple of these probes. We do have the High Templars and the storm is available. It's going to do a lot of damage to this drop. Widowmines get burrowed. They'll soften up some of the units running in. But we're not going to get much from this. It's going to be a handful of workers, but I mean, not even a handful, really. A couple of workers, a couple of zealots. And we lost a good amount of units. The storm especially there helping to soften things up and push things back away in a big way there, helping us out big time. Unfortunately, walks into a mine middle of the map, and that's -1 Stalker, the kind of unit you don't want to be having to replace. But Art is alive, well and kicking at the moment. Better than it may have initially seemed it was going to be. Also, it's setting up Biomine over the right. Getting up to the top. Stunning through. Battery going to get jumped on. Zal's going to run in. Widowmine will do some good splash, but we just don't have enough bio here to keep on doing much else. And it's scary, because if the Stalker can get underneath those medevacs, they will be getting picked off. So we've got to be cautious and give this a little bit of space. Bottom right side of the map, we're going to see the Vikings getting there. The Prism goes down. This Archon morphing in is likely to be in troll. Just has to recall. It gets out alive, so the High Templar is saved in the form of an Archon. The Prism down, not looking to be aggressive as he maybe looks for the chance to run up the ramp here on 10,000 feet. Stalker already poking at the initial Widowmine there. Yes, we should be able to force a bit of protection on this. We do run in, a couple of Widowmines do their thing, and there's more Widowmines still available, so again, a lot of that splash adds up to really soften up those Zealots and to really make this a much more accessible position. The Mine Shot goes off, another Archon's just kind of on its own. These Stalkers on the left side not looking great either. Percival capitalizing on a little bit of a split army from Art right there. He's going to have to lift up and go. Not enough anti-air to really punish that too much. Zealots in position to also deny the drop into the natural, so that will go nowhere also. As now we run up this position, a couple of these Zealots getting blasted by the mine straight away. The Bioforce coming over will chase those Zealots out of here. On the high ground, the Bio is going to fight as well. Zealot Stalker still running across. The medevacs will all go down though, so that is going to be a cleanup in a big way as well for the moment. And back onto these probes. The rest of this army up the right-hand side, escaping away to Bioforce medevacs, gathering in the middle of the map and pushing over for the moment. See the medevac loads up. Away we go over to that far left-hand side. Again, 2 upgrades, Bio and Liberators coming about. The ship weapons coming up as well. And ship weapons coming through, 2 upgrades all coming about, bringing that into play for a couple of seconds, and we just have ourselves the Bio and everything coming in. Viking Lib will settle down, a couple of the Zealots going to move up also. The Marines are going to see this probe. Something we could maybe make a quick catch on. Going to step across, pylon on his left side will go down. So we'll grab that, take that down. Sort of catch the Zealot Stalker, Archon Immortal. Oh, Zealot Stalker, Archon Colossus going to be gathering as well. Medevac of the Marines over the far left. So we see a little bit of Bio going to run through here already, just showing up, ready to fight. We get the few Vikings up overhead as well. They're also going to step forward. A couple of these Stalkers going to get shot down. A couple of the Zealots being picked off as well. Archon's going to get EMP'd and absolutely melt away. The Vikings will get rid of the Colossus. I mean, Percival is going to step away from this fight, but he took a good amount of units out with him while he steps away and preserves a lot of his units at the same time. So doing a great job in terms of backing away and saving himself in the tail end of this. Again, 2-2 upgrades and the ship weapon upgrade also coming into play currently. Marine, Marauder, Viking producing through. A couple command centers being added on. And a little bit of this bio just running towards the upper right-hand side for a little while. This Nexus, that pylon, in some trouble. Bio on the ghosts. They come across, kill off both of those, and again, just seeing the planetary fortress able to get the Zealot also for a couple of seconds. Gonna see the Zealot Stalker, looking at that bio army. Gonna chase for a moment or two, gonna run up. Until the EMPs come down, Stalker's gonna get hit. He obviously can turn onto a few of those units as well, putting some good damage out in return. Just gonna see one more ghost going down. These units are gonna be stuck, but at least Percival got a little bit more value from this force before it does get cleaned up, and it is, as you can see, getting cleaned up for sure. Definitely gonna be gone. Percival's still leading by about 40 supply, and he takes one medevac out the other side just initially. Again, this 8 Marine drop looking to get some work done here. Marines will begin to unload. Bottom left side, the Prism comes across as well. +3 attack, +2 armor. One more Colossus. Continue to build in. Approach is transferring base to base. 5 base setup from Art, so his economy good. Just wondering if he has enough army to withstand what could be a pretty sizable push of Percival at some point soon. Vikings is going to get strapped to the Colossus. It's going to be going down. Colossus will fall. Everything else fall back. The Stalkers blink up. And the main base, a couple of Zealots going to get to work, go after a few of those SCVs. The SCVs getting kind of beat up on at the moment as well. The Marines now coming in over on the sides. Just going to show up. Medevac goes down. The other Zealots coming through. The Marines keep on being cleaned out. So again, a shutdown on a lot of this just for the moment. So Colossus, Zealot Immortal. Out to the bottom right side. And again, the rest of this bio army collecting in as well. Continue to produce again. That +2 ship weapons coming online. You see everything settling for a little bit. Percival with the sensor towers. Percival ready to play a passive game if he needs to. If he needed to, it is a 5 base setup from him, so that's actually very good. Usually you get 4 bases on kind of 10,000 feet fairly comfortably. 5th base is harder to take, so if you can hold 5 bases throughout, you'd be okay. I don't think I love this attack at all. He just walks straight into this Liberator siege on top of you, and this army is coming in from 2 angles. And Art just loses everything and just says G out of there. And that is one way to just lose everything in like a few seconds. This was a completely misplaced fight. I don't know if he just, I just maybe didn't expect the units from the left-hand side to kind of come through. Yeah, this was a little bit of a brutal one, to say the least. Alright, we'll head into Game 2 of this in just a couple of seconds then, guys. It'll be just a moment of ads, and then we'll head into Game 2 of Percival versus Art, and we will go from there. That's our plan around. That is what we are doing. That is what we are sending. Alrighty, guys. One moment, please. I'm gonna kick this off. Let's do this. let's jump in and let's get this one started up. Let's go, 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 as we have ourselves this next map beginning. In the top left-hand side, our pink Protoss player is going to be Art, down a game, looking to bounce back against Percival here. Probably thinking caught him in siege to better attack. Yeah, I just felt like your army wasn't really set up to attack though, right? Like, we didn't have any storms in this army. There's only a couple Colossus in the back. Yeah, it was it was a choice. I don't necessarily I guess I can see kind of how you maybe see it, but yeah. All right, well. This on the way as we see where we're going to take things. We'll see the one probe of Art coming across the map, trying to see what's up. Yeah, the probe obviously scouting through here. Percival, pretty comfortable throughout that last game. Got some good damage early. Did not kind of rush to end it. Did, just kept up the pressure. There was a drop where he kind of lost a good amount and didn't really do much. That was one kind of misjudged moment from him, but otherwise, it's pretty reasonable, kind of through and through. Again, Nexus and Cybercore coming up. The probe on the way over for a little bit as well. So you can get that going just for now as we have this SCV right up to the top side. That'd be cool. Nexus coming through, Probe and the Adept coming into play as well. So just again bringing that up for a little bit. It's going to see our Twilight Council coming through, the couple of probes in the Warp Gate coming about, Starport, Cyclone the Marine coming in as well. So you have this one Adept just going to shade through the natural, and on we go there for a couple of moments. And that Cyclone coming across as we go. So bringing that through. Is Adept going to turn back up through into the center of the map. Again, the Starport coming about, the Orbital coming through, and CV and company coming into play as well. You see that Adept continuing back to the upper left. So Art getting away from here for a couple of moments. Again, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming through. And online, Probes, Gateway, Stalker, all producing Widowmine SCVs. And the MindelVK coming up as well. Proby transferred down through the natural into the low ground at the moment as well. Couple hits coming through, so throwing that around just for a moment or so and just seeing where we go next. Couple of shots going about. Cyclone going to go after the Stalker. A couple of Marines are going to step forward as well. Widowmine is going to get burrowed. Some pressure from this third base. Loads up and looks to threaten the main. It's a little bit of a walk back for these units. If this MindelVK had boost, it would have been a lot better. It has boost now, but imagine we were just a little bit sooner. Could have gotten loaded before these Stalkers warped in as well. Now he just has to leave. Does he leave in time? Is that a dead MindelVK? I think it's a dead MindelVK. It's gone. Stalker shoots off to the side, and that is going to be gone. So that MindelVK falls. Third Nexus of Art down on that low ground setup. The Widowmine here is going to be responded to correctly as well, so we're not going to lose too much from that. It's going to be a nice cleanup and shut down Still got the Stim, the Marines, and the tank coming about as well. Nexus Robo Facility Forge still building through. The Adept is going to take a bit of a shade out onto the map also. Again, the few Marines, the tank, Stim Pack continue to produce. Adept just moving through to the middle then. Take a couple of seconds, decide what we want to maybe do next here as we have the Chrono Boost on the armor upgrade, Stimpack building, Marine Marauder tank coming about, SCVs and the racks and the refinery coming in as well. Set up nicely across the board here with the production all online from Percival, ready to produce through the 3 base phase of this game. Wants to take a 3rd base, that will be. And stemming that +1 coming up, probe pulling back over to the left. Artifacts are just loaded, ready to come back over this right side, ready to go boosting for a couple moments. Still got a stim about to be done, so first bit of a drop. Did this observe this Adept see this? No, I don't think so because it just shaded here, so I think this double drop up the right side might go amiss from Art, and that could lead to disaster. I mean, obviously these units could get caught a little bit. Now the Stalker's pulled back. It's going to be very scary. If you pull your units in panic over to the right side, these units over here could get into position and then you're really in trouble. So that's kind of what we're seeing potentially break into place right now. There's the drop in. Like I said, there's nothing here at all. So we are going to warp in initially. We leave a couple units over there, but it's more than a couple of sentries. The Zealots kind of moved forwards on the map. Robo Facility goes down. Good catch already. Pile will unload. That pylon going to go down. Again, Biotank maybe ready to push forward a little bit. Again, pylon picked off so far. It's going to be seen +1 concussive shells and the combat shield. Building also. Only first on the right side going to set up. A couple tanks going to siege. The Zealots going to charge forward. MindelVK's going to load up. They're going to peel away. Just going to be seeing another couple of Widow Mines getting put in position already. Going to go straight in after those Zealots. So Zealots taking a bunch of damage right off the bat. Bio still chasing. A couple of those Zealots going down. Cleaned up and pushed away for the moment. This army continue to chase up this left side as well as we just have the extra Zealots warping in. A couple of force fields are going to come into place here. The tanks are going to siege. Zealots still being chased back for the moment, and again a bit more damage being dealt. +1 attack. The Templar Archives coming through. You're seeing the battery also going to get shut down. A couple of Widow Mines looking to target fire some of the Zealots. They get blasted. Now the Stalkers on the right being picked away at as well. Those tanks from afar also doing a lot of work. The few Zealots are still showing up. Bio going to have to pull back a little bit further. This is going to be Percival, I think, with enough to maybe not win the game straight up, although those tanks still firing is massive. 2 Marines save the tanks as well from that final Zealot I was on. So yeah, maybe he's just going to win the game straight up. We open another round of Zealots here. That might force us to back off for a second then, so we will not win straight up just yet. I say back off. We're going to go into the main base. Apparently that's going to be the plan. And at the same time, we're still pushing this third, and it's going to be enough to see GG. As that is going to do it. Percival with a 2-0. Well, 2-0s today. Here's the first round, to be fair, of this competition. But Percival 2-0 moves through into the next round of action. So he'll be joining Yakov in round 3. So again, Percival and Art start in round 2. Because of the seeding, they both got a bye first round. So that is Percival into round 3. Same section of the bracket as Milky Cow and Cham, most notably. Not that we'll see any of them today. What we will see today still is going to be Nightmare against GG Machine. That's also a round 2 matchup. And then Shameless against Jumi, which I believe is also a round 2 matchup. Just some of the higher seeds playing each other. So yeah, let's get that ready to go. Where's Jumi and Shameless in this bracket? There they are, yeah. So yeah, Jumi and Shameless in the section with Christiana, Sebesdes, and Hatsu. And then Nightmare and GG Machine, actually tough section. Then the same section of bracket with Bjorn, UED Soldier, and Mini Zerg. So yeah, Nightmare and GG Machine coming up next, guys. We can get this on the go. And get some EVZ ready to come your way. So think we can do this without ads, actually. I'll just run 1 minute of ads, so it's not super long, but we'll sneak a little bit of time breathing room in for us, essentially. That started up. Alright, yeah, let's get the game started, though. We'll go Nightmare versus GG Machine for our 7th series of the day, guys. We've got 2 best-of-3s left. This one and then the PvP of Shameless versus Jumi. Let's get in and enjoy some action as we go into the top left of 10,000 feet to kickstart this Protoss versus Zerg matchup. We are going to have ourselves a blue Protoss player, Nightmare. Up against the red Zerg in the bottom right, it is GG Machine. Drones just gather as we get settled in to the CVP, guys, and take a few moments to see where we're going to get to. We're going to see a drone already up the left side, so maybe some trouble going about that. Alright, Lings be coming up. A few drone Lings on the way. We're obviously breaking through this position with the extractor mineral mining. We've seen this a little bit before. It's been very popular lately, and we'll see Nightmare. His response so far, as he scouts no natural, is he's getting the second gateway up, he's getting the cyber core. Obviously, a lot of this depends on you being able to break through on this left side. As we are now going to throw a hatchery here as well. It's going to keep some of the attention towards this position. Interesting. Lings is walking to the front. There's a massive wall of pylons here going to be the protection. Obviously, Nightmare had some money to spend, had some minerals to put up into place, and he's going to use that to mostly just wall off with then at the moment. Zald's still swinging. Ling's taking some damage. The Stalker still chrono boosting through on the gateway as well. Well, Ling's going to continue around for a little bit. The Stalker coming across again, the Link speed coming through. Link's still building up as well. Let's see if any more shots coming over. And Zell going to keep swinging at this hatchery, so a bit more damage being dealt. We're just going to be seeing the Ling's not able to break through as well. This feels like a good defense so far. He's going to get back onto the cyber core. Just going to see the warp gate continues to set up. A couple Stalkers in the Zerg will force the cancel on the hatchery, so this just seems like it's done already. And Nightmare should be in a very comfortable position here. Okay, yeah, no expansion just yet for him, but GG Machine's only just started a hatchery. He's down on 14 drones against the 19 probes. This just did not do enough. When you don't break through the position you mined out and everything, like, there's just nothing you can really do. And then you've invested this early game drone, extractor, the mining and everything. And again, your benefit from this is, okay, you slowed the Protoss down, but my goodness, did you slow yourself down at the same time? I mean, 11 Ling's dead as well. It's just, it's a very painful position, so. Let's see the Zell coming about. Nexus and the Twilight coming through. The few Lings will try and run up that, but just will not be able to do much just yet. Twilight Council building. Nexus on the way. Again, the drone's still building by. We've got the grass that has been mined and then pulled out of. Just take a third hatchery. Here's GG Machine trying to set up for whatever the next phase of this game might look like. Like I say, it's obviously a pretty weird scenario that we're going to be playing through for the moment, so figuring this out, deciding what we're going to do. Couple lanes is going to be firing up, hitting some rocks. The resonating glaive is centering the depth coming about. A couple of gates coming by. You can see those pylons coming over on the left. Again, resonating glaive's coming about. The drone's going to be coming through. You're going to see gates and the probes continue to build up for the moment. The Overlord's going to come across and he's going to take a couple of shots as the Stalkers shoot at it. Running the extractor all coming through, the Overlords and the drones will come around, just having the Stalker Zealot. Adept in the Sentry gathering up, a few more Adepts are going to warp in as well, so bring this all into play right here. Adepts going to continue to move down to the bottom side here, so looking to make a bit of a push in. You're going to be seeing the Queen's going to be there. Adepts taking some damage. Ling's maybe looking to run back over as well. Adepts still going to be trying to fight in. So 4 drones going down. Nightmare already put on some pressure. This is obviously just Glaive Adepts that are plain and simple, able to do a lot of work. They do get surrounded here, though, and those Adepts will start to take some big hits. The Adepts go down. The Adepts in the main base now are going to be deadly. They're going to double the drones killed already. Although, that might be about it. 8 workers. You know, it's not the end of the world for GG Machine. It's pretty miserable, but he does have a lot of army supply. He could do nothing but drone from here. Obviously, his lairs pretty late as well, but we're talking about a pretty miserable setup in this game for him anyway. I think anytime you have a bad start like this, and then you actually survive the Glaive attack, you got to look at that as a win already, you know? Like, you've got to look at this as like, well, maybe I wasn't even meant to get to this point, you know? Drones, the Evo chamber coming up. Blink the Nexus and the battery coming up as well. Add a couple more probes into action once more. Keep bringing that up. For the moment, again, the Nexus is just going to be starting here as well. Bring that around for now. Let's get moving. Roach speed, the Overlords, a couple of drones coming about. Just going to see the Ling Roach regathering in the natural. Going to be the hallucination poking out the Overlord for a couple seconds. And just going to see the Queens firing away at hallucination for a couple seconds as well. Stalkers the Sentry rejoining back up. Blink is about to be done. Those extra few Stalkers warp straight in. Again, melee upgrade, Roach speed coming through. We had those couple creep teamers on. This Overlord is going to be easy pickings as well, so just get rid of that straight away. We obviously make our way down onto this creep spread. I can clean up a bit of that as well. So a bit of creep going down. We got a lot of pylons up top, couple warp gates and everything. The next is the battery and the pylon setting up as well. Melee upgrade, Roach speed coming through. There's a good chunk of Lings around the left side. A bunch of Stalkers in the center as well. Nightmare bringing those straight down through the middle of the map toward that 4th base. Ravager piles just going to get turned back the other way. Again, melee upgrade is still producing. The Ling Roach Ravager force gathers up. GG Machine is actually on a supply lead in this game now. He's only 4 workers ahead, but I mean, he's actually going to be ahead on an upgrade as well. I mean, this game is playable much more so than it originally felt like it was going to be. Dealing with the Adepts was good enough to, like I say, give him a shot to stay in this. And like I say, that already felt a little bit miraculous considering the opening. Stalker's obviously holding good map control and able to knock down Overlords that are nearby. There's a major benefit, as we're going to see Nightmare choosing for some tech, finally, to kind of get some splash on the map. It's going to be the Robo Bay coming up as well. Bay building, 4 more gates in production, plus 1 attack on that forge. Coming up also, the melee upgrade finishes, the Lings and the Ravagers continue through. The Queen and the Overlords are still building by as well. Ling Roach Ravager will make a move to the top side. Just going to be seeing our units beginning to spread. Nexus will take some damage. The Corrosive Bowels will come in. Nexus just cancels. Ling's on the other side looking to try and catch these Stalkers. They have to blink back very early, and a lot of them are actually going to get caught again in another surround here. Now the Corrosive Bowels are going to land. Kaboom! Bunch of Stalkers falling, and GG Machine making a hell of a push out of this. Now he's got a couple of Zealots or Adepts maybe across the map that are doing some work, but he's going to kill this base perhaps. That is some mega damage done. The Stalkers obviously having to pull right away to try and keep themselves safe here currently. A few more Stalkers warping in. Battery, Pylon, just about living here. The Roach Ravager still pulling out of there. 24 workers killed. It is Adepts that are causing some trouble at GG Machine's economy. His mineral lines have to keep relocating. But GG Machine, that was a heck of a fight. Just jumps on those Stalkers. Because the Stalkers were panicked, the first Blink back wasn't pretty, which allowed the second surround to happen while Blink was on cooldown. Then the Corrosive Bowels connect, and then you get a very good trade from this. And GG Machine is able to take... do we argue a lead? I mean, he's still only ahead by 10 workers, but his army supply is good. I'm afraid that Nightmare is still getting very comfortably through to Tech's units, you know, such as the Colossus, such as the Disruptors. These units being in production right now scares me more than anything else here, I would say. And the Roach Ravager are going to be spreading 2 different sides, ready to collapse in on this forward nexus. Look for the surround again. I'm not sure if GG Machine has as much to be as scary with this time, though I'm sure we'll see in a moment. It's a lot less Ling, it's a lot more Roach Ravager. I guess I'm worried about the Colossus, and yet we're going to come in to flank this Colossus pretty quickly. The Stalkers need to blink away from these Corrosive Bowels. That is damage done. The Disruptor forces some units back, but doesn't kill anything. Well, the Colossus finally goes down. That took a hot second. We are going to see the Stalkers blink on the left side will clean up a lot. The Immortal on the right side will go down too, but in the end, Nightmare is going to get a much better cleanup here than originally seen. He still loses all of his tech units, but GG Machine just lost all of his tech as well. Like, all these Ravagers are so expensive to replace, and I'm not sure he's going to get it done with just Ling Roach on the follow-up is, I guess, the real concern is the creep will get cleaned out. The Observers able to provide the vision there. And yeah, the issue for GG Machine is only the 51 drones. If you had a bit more of a, a bit of a higher drone count, then you feel a bit better about things. Lings and Roach is running in. Just going to see another Disruptor going down. Now a few more probes. Getting jumped on again. These Adepts warping in very slowly. 6-7 workers going down. The other Lings showing up. The Roaches are going to come through also. Chasing those Stalkers. The Adepts continue to fire. I'm just going to be having the Roaches continue to push straight into this. I mean, we are going to dive through, and a lot of Stalkers are going down. I just think Stalkers eventually will be good enough, especially with reinforcements arriving. I just think we're going to have more than enough to actually get the job done here in the end. So, playing cleanup. That's going to be, what, 49 to 51 workers, so GG Machine's economy is still not really great. At the end of all of this, he's still just building Ling Roach Ravager against +2 upgraded Blink Stalkers. The Adepts are going to share it on the map, look to threaten once more. Stalkers together. Disruptor, Roaches building by. Take a few moments right here and decide what we want to try and do. And Roach Ravager pulling back up. Just going to see the Stalkers coming through for a couple of Creep Tumors. And those getting picked away at. Now just seeing the Adepts coming back down the right side. The Ling Roach going to be there. Yeah, Nightmare just going to take a bit of control of these Stalkers. These Adepts are going to threaten the possibility of shading past the army if it commits over as well. Obviously, that could be a lot of units going down as the Stalkers step through. And again, a couple of those Roaches getting hit already. Okay, push back for the moment. We have Stalker Disruptor going to be there. We're actually going to knock down these pylons, I guess, and open the pathway straight to the natural. I don't hate it as a direction of attack, but it's more so like a Ling run by position than anything else, right? You don't want to run a full Roach Ravager army up this extremely narrow pathway. These Adepts do manage to ship themselves out of trouble on the right side. Ling Roach is going to keep things in check. These Adepts not going to do too much in the end. GG Machine getting back here and playing cleanup on those, so actually being very successful in making sure they're not going to get out of hand or anything. Ling Roach army still moving about. Roach Ravager stepping up as well. Stalkers going to be stepping forward. We will take a moment or so to decide what's about to happen here. A couple more shots coming about for the moment. Again, chasing up. Roach Ravager coming in. Disruptors are going to try and do their worst, and they do a pretty good, do get a pretty good connection there. Supply is still a little bit in favor of GG Machine, but there's the rest of the Stalkers that are going to make this extremely difficult to really do enough with. And again, overall, I think Nightmare still has the efficiency available to him to really clean this army up and just see us through. The thing is, the Stalkers still do well at this stage of the game, whereas the Roach Ravager definitely does worse the more Stalkers there are. It was a pretty wild game, though. GG Machine had some really good moments. The Disruptor shot from through the Stalkers hits as well. Actually might just be enough to even make this be a decidedly GG moment, because I don't think GG Machine has too much left, especially these Stalkers still alive, fighting against his reinforcements. This feels like a last-ditch effort, otherwise why are we rallying the reinforcements straight into the fight? Now we get blinked on, the Roaches go down, and these Stalkers are going to keep pushing through, and GG Machine is going to have to find himself a final defense here in this game to try and survive through just a few more moments, but I don't see it. Maybe if the Lings do well enough, maybe if the Stalkers right-click the hatchery and don't fight the units. Their ways, they're just extremely unlikely. If you Ravager show up, we could, I was going to say blink on top, but that's very risky, I guess, with Lings still spawning, so be safe and not blink on top of them for now, at least. Well, another Disruptor shot, not going to quite do enough there. The hatchery does go down. I mean, if nothing else, killing the 4th base and stepping back from Nightmare is going to be pretty reasonable. I mean, GG Machine has still not exactly done much to kind of improve his position. Supplies are still even-ish, but even-ish supplies is very good for the Protoss considering the compositions and what these armies are made up of, so yeah. So let's keep pushing forward. Actually going to blink on top of these Ravagers this time. Still doesn't dodge the Corrosive Vials. The Corrosive Vials have honestly done more in this game than they do across a lot of games that we typically see, so there you go. Just going to see the few Stalkers, the Roaches, the Ravagers still coming through, chasing those Stalkers, hunting them, punching them, chasing them down. And again, a few more of these Stalkers just keep on dropping. Disruptor on the right side, going to show up. Land a shot onto a couple of Ravagers and a Roach. GG, says GG Machine. And that will be that. Nightmare, 1. GG Machine, 0. This game goes the way of Nightmare. In the end, kind of a wild game, though. Definitely a challenging one, to put it simply. So get ready for next map in just a couple of moments. Map number 2 will be on Winter Madness. We'll need to run some ads just before we get into this one, guys. But Nightmare and GG Machine will go for round 2 here in just a second. This are ready to start. Boom, 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 bum, ba-da, bum, boom. All right, let's send game number 2, guys. Let's do it. Let's see what we get. Let's have ourselves a game 2. In the bottom right, up a game is going to be our blue Protoss player, Nightmare. And as we have a 1-0 lead after, honestly, a pretty crazy game. Shut down that aggression of GG Machine early, only to kind of not do as much as he wanted with the Adept attack, but still not nothing. And then GG Machine finding some great fights to keep the game going for a while and to make it actually very exciting. In the end, Nightmare able to come out on top and has the 1-0 lead in this BO3. What's up, Chris? I only ever watch Uthermal, so I'm here to see what normal SC2 looks like. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Some of them Uthermal vids lately have been, well, all time have been definitely something. Alright, GG Machine coming about. Hatch gas pool coming in and getting the assimilator coming around as well. I'm just going to be seeing the probie. He's going to come along for a little bit here. Get set up. So hatch gas and pool coming in. Got the probe. He's obviously going to just try and be a little annoyance in these early stages, getting that on the way, figuring out what we can do, see what we can maybe get done. So that's typical. I'm about to finish. I'm just going to get that done at the front. A probe and a couple of lings will step through, and a couple of lings are going to try and jump onto the probe here in a couple of seconds. Stargate will be building. Again, a couple of queens and the drones coming through as well. We have the queen popping out. I'm going to throw some injects down. We'll see. The Stargate obviously very normal. Obviously this game going to be a lot more normal than the last because we don't have the early aggression. We don't have the lack of a hatchery at home from GG Machines. Nightmare just opens with the Stargate much more regularly than what we saw last time around, where we already had the kind of, you know, Nightmare reacting to his opponent super quickly, so even his build was off from the norm. So yeah, just mixing things up a little bit in this one by being standard because there's nothing weird going on. The mix-up is the fact it's just gone back to being normal. 2 adepts though will come across the map, so we will have ourselves a bit of pressure. Nightmare not afraid of anything super early, so he is going to send those adepts out. If this was like a link flood or so, these adepts being out here could be kind of disastrous. But in this case, we can see that there's not a link flood, and so these adepts should be just fine coming across the map for a couple of moments. Straight over and into position. Going to be really committing with these adepts, really trying to get as much done with them as possible just initially. So getting a little bit of extra damage done there. A few more shots coming out for now. This one adept going to try and start shading backward. This adept comes back across, and we're going to see our Twilight Council coming through. The Roach Roaring is up, and Roaches are being built. GG Machine already sending a few lings out on the map, seeing if there's anything we can maybe do with these right away. So coming straight across and getting into position. Lings getting in there. Next is taking a couple of nibbles. Again, the adepts nearby. Just seeing the Oracle still coming about, chilling out overhead as well. And you have the Oracle again, just going to be moving around with the Roach underneath it. A few more moments too. Oracle is going to see the roaches and going to start putting some damage onto them. We're actually going to be having a Void Ray almost completed. That's going to be a big part of getting a defense off against this roach link reduction that is coming toward you right now, Nightmare. Adepts on the base on this right side, obviously not exactly going to be well placed, as we are going to be seeing the lings kind of wrap around on the adepts and a Stalker though. That's going to be nice. There's a lot of units going down actually for GG from Nightmare so far. I mean, GG Machine can't fight the Void Ray, but he's going to kill the third base. Problem is he's down 9 workers, so was this worth it? Committing to so many units just to kill a third base, get a few gateway forces. Was this good enough? That's the question that kind of lingers coming out of this. It was okay, but I don't think it was super crazy. Brings back up to the top side. With those things back up to the top, we do see the Resonating Glaives. He's on the way again from Nightmare. We'll see how well he can do with it. For this time, the Void Ray gonna go fighting the Queen for a few moments. And Glaive's coming about, a couple of Queens are going to shoot, the Void Ray taking a few more shots. Seeing the Oracle stepping over. Queen is going to take some damage again. Oracle will finish that up. Queen goes down. A couple of Creep Gym is still being added onto at the moment. And just going to be having the Lings heading down the bottom right-hand side. Hydra Den coming up. And the drones and the Queens coming through. Add an Overlord into play as well. Voidray still on the move a little bit. Just going to see the Adept still shading up. Still going to go after those Lings. Just going to try and push through them for a little bit. And we do have the Hydra Den Roaches, the Roach Speed all building into play for the moment. So again, bringing a lot of that online. Adepts continue to come across as we're just going to see a couple of Creep Chambers getting picked away at. The Adepts are going to shade once more. Roach Speed, Roaches and company coming up. Lings and the Evo Chambers coming by. 4 of them to help wall off this natural. However, the Adepts still able to be here on the third base. And this is a lot of Adepts versus the amount of units that are showing up. A couple of Roaches are nice, but yeah, they're going down kind of quickly too. The Adepts... not going to shade, I don't think. They should probably just keep on fighting here. More Adepts just showed up, so these Roaches and Queens are not going to last that long. We could have maybe target fired a few drones there if we wanted, but I honestly don't hate us just trading with the Roaches and the Queens. If more units are not showing up, then we're good for now. I guess a few more Roaches start to show up. The Adepts do take a shade back. 6 workers go down. GD Machine down in supply. Down in workers, equal army supply. +1 in Blink behind it from Nightmares, already looking to get into the next phase of this. Roach Speed is about to be done as well. Still having the couple Oracles poking at the front. Ling Roach going to be nearby again. The Void Ray will also sit there for a couple of seconds. On the left side, the Adept's going to back it up once more. +1 missiles, Groove Spines coming through. Just going to see his Adepts thinking about shading into that third. They decide not to in the end. Stalkers will step over again. The Blink is about to be finished. Just a couple moments. +1 missiles and the Groove Spines coming about. Hydras in production as well. Overlord will go down. The Adepts getting pushed away. Stalker stepping through to chase those Roaches a little bit. Adepts into this mineral line. A couple of those drones going to be in some trouble. Hydra popping out, goes down immediately. The other drone still pulling into place. Stalkers want this hatchery, but the Lings and the Hydras are going to defend it, so that's going to be Nightmare throwing away a few units and trying to kill this off. And maybe gives GT Machine a little bit of reprieve in this game, getting some unit kills. Very good for him. I mean, still has this hatchery super low, though. These Stalkers might still be able to get there and kill it, but Nightmare's going to think twice after getting pushed back once already, at least. So we'll take a second. Robo Bay, Robo Facility coming about. The Immortal and the Stalkers all building, so we have a lot of Stalkers still coming up. I'm surprised he didn't poke one more time to try and see if he could just get rid of that third hatchery. He obviously felt like he couldn't, but I wonder if that maybe was just the tiniest little possibility to maybe possibly have done something there still. Slings down to the bottom right. Hydra just intercept and kill off a Void Ray here, so that gets taken out as well. A lot of Hydra Roach coming to the bottom side. Few of these Lings off on the right, going to get a probe, going to turn around onto the pylon, just going to cancel that as well. Roach Hydra still moving forwards for the moment. Here, another stasis ward coming into place. The stasis over here already caught a few Lings. As obviously GD Machine wants to try and pressure with these units. Disruptors being built, just kind of an immediate defense right as Nightmare, something that comes up quickly. And will provide a quick defense, like I say, to be able to help push this around. The Roach Hydra over to the right side. Stalker centering the Immortal, stepping through. Lings going down, the Lings on the right getting chased away. Disruptor +2 attack coming up as well. Just going to see the Stalkers blinking. Roach Hydra taking damage. Stalkers have to step back one more time here. The couple of Disruptors still gathering together for a couple more moments. Still just chasing up again. The Roach Hydra going to get chased. +2 missiles on the way. The Infestation Pit building by. A couple of drones and the Overlord coming up. We also see the Stalkers, the Immortal, and the Disruptors pulling back. It's going to see the Stalk Hydra's going to be there once again to push these units away. Stalker's going to warp in to help chase the Lings out of here as well. So again, just pushing them back the other direction for the moment. Hydra's back into the center. We are going to see the Stalkers and the Disruptors pulling back a little bit. Disruptor shot hits the Hydras, takes down a chunk of them, and that's exactly what we've built these for. Help to nullify this threat against these heavy, these heavy unit counts, which are made up of very fragile units. One Disruptor shot kills so many. Nightmare is just coming across the map with a 30 army supply lead, and these Hydras are not well protected right now. You can see the Lurk den, you can see the Hive on the way from GG Machine, but it's just not there yet. And they feel like essentials if you're wanting some chance of kind of dealing with this kind of long term. So that doesn't feel great. As we do just see Nightmare going to swing around to the left. He's going to push up onto this base. This fourth is in some trouble. I just do not think, because now we can zone the ramp with the Disruptors as well. The drones evacuate. So we can see he doesn't think that this is going to be a savable position. This Disruptor is just being stuck in the front, being bullied in there by the Stalkers, and they've not given it a chance to retreat, so that Disruptor goes down. Now we turn back around in the center. These Hydras are going to take some damage once again. I'm just going to punch back through. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers going to go back and forth. The Immortal in the center trying to fight. Disruptor's readying up. +2 attack upgrade from Nightmare is about to be done. Just got the Disruptor shots firing in. Hydra's getting hit hard. Now we blink through. GG, says GG Machine. And Nightmare will take a 2-0 to advance into the round of, the round 3. Let's just say, I'm not sure if it's, I think it's around 16 maybe? Of the upper bracket, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, yeah. Around 16 in the upper bracket of this OSC mid-season playoffs. Alright, that wraps up another series. And just like that, guys, we only have one match left to go. It's going to be a bit of PvP as Jumi and Shameless are going to go up against one another. So we've got some PvP to round out the day. We're going to be starting this up on Mothership, free-player map for this PvP opening game. Work through this and we'll go from there is the idea of things. That's where we are at. We're going to get this ready in just a few moments' time, guys. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Let me just reply to a sponsor email quickly, guys. Cool. Let's go Shameless vs. Jimmy. Perfect. So I just had a sponsorship email. We've doing a sponsorship next week, which has got a little bit more organizing than usual, I guess. A little bit more scheduling kind of attached to it, so it's been going back and forth sometimes. I'm very easy. I'm just like, yeah, all the times work for me. I'm available the whole day. Alright, sorry, distracted. Let's do this. Let's jump in game. It's PvP. You're not missing anything. In the top right, it is going to be our Blue Protoss player, Shameless. While on the top left, it is Jumi as we go into our final series of the day. Today's passed kind of quickly, no? We had a little bit of a slow start on my end, but we've been moving pretty nicely ever since. Alrighty, so we got a probie up to the top. It's going to come moving through for a couple of seconds, and we'll bring that around and see the pylon dropping down here. So we're going to get the pylon between these bases. Jimmy is proxying without knowing where his opponent is at, and it's going to ask Shameless. I don't know if Shameless is going to give him the info. Yeah, Jimmy is a little bit gambly here. I mean, we'll see what he builds to see just how impactful this is actually going to be, the distance to the base. This is going to be the Stargate. Well, that's really nice. This is going to be a very close Stargate. It's the kind of thing where if your opponent is in the bottom right, you know, if your opponent's in the bottom side, it's like, okay, well, Stargate's still going to take just as long to get there, but it's still a Stargate, right? Now the Stargate will arrive extremely quickly, though, so kind of a gamble that doesn't have, like, an overall super big downside, right? Like, there's not much difference to the Stargate being in your main. If your opponent's actually down here, it's very unlikely to do a lot of playing around up here to find the Stargate and deny it as well, so generally speaking, it's a risk, it's a gamble, but it's a very low-risk gamble, right? It either pays off or it's just going to be a very normal Stargate, you know? So, it's, like I say, a bit of a blind play, but it's not maybe as crazy or as ridiculous as you might initially think. The Oracle will Chrono Boost. Tell you what, these little platforms, like, well, basically exactly where this is, it's been such a popular proxy spot. It is like slap bang between the bases, right? Like, you know, here or over here as well. But, does that make sense? We had to have another pylon and a gateway proxy on the right side, so Jimmy is just going to go all out aggression here in this opening game on Mothership. All the Adepts and the Stalkers moving through. Oracle up around the top, through the back of the natural, in toward the main base. And just going to have ourselves a chance to fire up onto a couple of these probes. 2-3 workers going down very quickly. 2 Adepts going to get into the main as well. Okay, this is going to be good damage. 7-8 workers very quickly, just 7 for now. Felt like we were going to get to 8, but just didn't find the extra shot before the Adepts got denied. I'd say, honestly, bad start for Shameless, but pretty good recovery from what could have been a very, very, very bad position. As this Oracle moves back up the top, another Oracle move coming in. Stalker coming around, probe setting up. Let's take a few moments. Do we play one round and continue the next round in like 5 months? I mean, this tournament plays out over a couple of months. Basically, every time a match is available, the players can schedule between themselves. They have like a week or so to do so. So players play about a match a week or so, something along those lines. So obviously, if you have, you know, 8-ish rounds total, then, you know, across the lower bracket, it's going to take about 8 weeks. And we cast some of these games every now and then. Other people will cast some of these games every now and again. Whenever there's enough games played to be cast, to make a broadcast out of it, make a full show, and cast some of the matches. So, you know, that's how the mid-season playoff stuff works. Stalker step into this natural. They're going to get a pylon that depowers the gateway. So Jimmy, with this follow-up aggression, hitting extremely quickly because of that forward gateway. This is going to do enough. I actually feel like this is backfiring on him, and the batteries get repowered by a new pylon. And we're going to have to step away, but that is Jimmy losing a lot of units right there. And after all is said and done, guys, Jimmy is still down by 6 workers and only equal an army supply. So I feel the worst for him, where he doesn't really have a good chance to push into this natural with sentries and enough units here to play defense. I think this game is going to pass Jimmy by. I think Shameless is going to put himself in a good position for this game 1, despite having taken so much of the damage initially. He just lost a few more workers, sorry, but even still, he's still ahead by a couple and recovering quickly. Stalker showing up, a couple of Zealots are going to gather together. Push through for a couple of moments. Underneath the Stalker's joined up. Battery's going to put some work in. Stalkers will keep fighting here. A couple of Zealots are going to be there. The Stalkers, the sentries coming down. GG says Jimmy. Going to tap out of this one. Shameless takes game number 1 of this BO3. Alright, so Shameless taking the first game, and just like that, we might be on the last game of the day, guys. We're going to go straight to White Rabbit for game 2. But, yeah, we might be on the last game of the day. This really passed quick. I mean, we've actually been live for like 4 hours-ish, so it's not been super quick. It's been kind of expected, I guess, for 8 best of 3s, 4 to 5 hours, but I guess it's on the shorter side of 8 best of 3s. I think we just had a lot of 2-0s, right? Like, we had, what, 1-2 to 1? We've only gone to game 3 once today, I believe. So I guess that makes it kind of move quite quickly, right, from game 1 to game 2. I don't think we've seen the 20-minute mark of a game either, so I guess it's felt pretty fast. And of course, because it's replays, we don't have to waiting around between games. We just go and keep things moving very nicely and comfortably. So yeah, I guess that's kind of a part of it as well. Bottom left, upper game is going to be Shameless. As in the top right, GGL HFL. Says Jimmy, our Red Protoss player. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Alright, Chrono Boost and probes will be popping through. Gateways on the way, assimilators will be building. And yeah, that assimilator comes down on both sides of the map. So we get that going, we get the gates producing here. And get those assimilators coming around as well. So far, so good. Bring this up and running just for the moment. Alright, a couple gates coming about, probes coming online. We got this settled for a few moments. And inside, of course, the gate's coming about, the probe's coming through. Just gonna have this probe heading toward the upper right-hand side. Gonna be settling there, gonna drop down a pylon against side of core, gateway, probes. Producing for the moment. As a caster, how do you shape storylines in such tournaments? I think you just have to go back and talk about, like, refresh people on what happened in the bracket, you know? You can easily create. I mean, you can create more storylines in a tournament like this than you can in the majority of tournaments because we actually get to cast and watch all of the series. So it's easier than, you know, a cup where half the matches don't even get seen or something, you know? Yeah, at the end of the day, like, if someone makes a cool run over a period of time, you can point that out and bring it up when they play again and stuff. I don't think it's so bad. Depends how in touch you kind of keep with it as well, right? I think the most difficult part is sometimes you just miss some of these streams because that's the part where it's like, you know, there's maybe not as much consistency there in terms of like exactly when it's going to be again and again, so... Probe is going to nibble through. Probe on probe action for a couple moments. Robo facility's coming up, Stalkers on the way, Warp Gate's building. Just gonna see the 2 Stalkers actually gonna hit this Robo, sorry, as the Robo is up here from Shameless. Surely Jimmy just finishes off the Robo, I guess. You don't need to do it right now, you can kill a Stalker first and take the edge here. And he still has that pylon very low to finish off in a little bit. His extra units are showing up soon. Just need to time this right. Ideally, you do not let this Immortal come up. I almost feel like I wish he'd hit the pylon sooner though, because here's the thing, right? Now this Immortal stopped, but it's still 75% of the way done. So if this does get repowered, which is a big if, in fairness, it may not get repowered. We're going to take another Stalker on Stalker fight here. Nah, it's going to get repowered. This Immortal's going to come out. It's a hard one to judge. Was it better to go after the Stalkers there, or would it have been better just to stop this Immortal from being as far along? It's a very interesting one. Pressing the gate, the Warp Gate coming through, getting the Observer coming about, just having the Probe coming across the left-hand side as well. A few extra Stalkers going to join up, moving down through the center. Just going to be seeing the Stalker here from Jumi warping in, so he's looking to be a little bit aggressive in the next few moments, looking to get something going his way and getting set up. So getting that started for a couple moments. Sentry warping in, the Stalker, the Immortal, and the Sentries together, all joining through. Probably would have lost both Stalkers killing the pylon. You think though he needed 2 more volleys. He needed 2 more volleys. Yeah, maybe. Like it was just because it was so close. I think a lot of the time, like if the pylon was in the yellow even, I kind of agree that it's always fine to fight the Stalkers instead. But it was so close to going down already, where it's like, I don't even think it's 2 full volleys. I think it's a 1 full volley. I think it's like 3 Stalker shots from death or something. Maybe it was 4. It was just very close, which is why I think it's worth questioning. I don't necessarily think it's the wrong decision to have gone after the Stalkers. It was just close enough that maybe it would have been impactful. Still good for Jumi, because in the end of the day, he's traded well early. His opponent's clearly not gotten any momentum off that Robo facility, and you still deny the Robo. So now Shameless has to build a Robo back in his main base, which is obviously wasted resource in the grand scheme of things. So yeah, in the grand scheme of things, this has absolutely been fine for Mr. Jumi. Prism loads, is going to unload into the high ground, Sentry the Immortal, and the Stalker coming through. Good force field to block the units back. Another force field coming down. Pylon will take a bit more damage. Stalks and the Sentry chasing the Prism away. Pylon going down. This next Prism. Deciding what we want to do. Obviously, Jumi with this little bit of an elevator, but his units are getting split up. He's going to keep warping into the main base. Has another force field here. The Sentry on the high ground goes down. Kind of wild because he's going to be able to apply some good pressure from the low ground as well. There, he does get force field out. Shameless doing what he can to help himself. Has the Prism, is going to start bringing these units up. Jumi needs to decide what he wants to do. Is he going to fight this? He kind of can because his units are in range from the low ground, so it's not the worst position he could be engaging into. Prism still pulling away to the sides. The Stalker's going to keep on fighting. A couple more of these sentries dropping at the moment. Just going to see a couple more units being saved. Pick back up for the moment. The Mortal and the Stalker's coming across. A couple of units on the low ground being warped in as well. Just going to see the Sentry and Stalker still getting chased about. The Stalkers keep on fighting. The Sentry in some trouble. Going back to the sides once again. A couple of batteries going to be in some trouble there too. Just going to see those getting knocked down already. And now there's Nexus. Is it going to fall? Well, and try and get down this ramp. Shameless looking to push down here. Good micro from Jumi with the Prism. And he's going to be able to hold his own for a little bit longer at least. Just going to see Jumi is still holding this spot. Is obviously expanding behind this. The ideal scenario for Jumi is he does enough to obviously kill off this Nexus, because then he would be on an expansion lead. And that's going to be huge. And it looks as though that might be about to happen. The Prism looked as though it was going to go across the map. He's now going to pull it back over with a new Immortal arriving. He's going to try and defend this position. But now this Immortal loses its barrier and shields before the Prism even unloads the other Immortal, which is low, to be fair. Nexus goes down. The Prism begins to move across. So we'll try and do some Immortal drops to try and keep the pressure up and get some more work done. This group of units will... I mean, just pressure forward. If the Immortals are going across the map, this is the thing. You're not far enough across the map to truly threaten this, right? Because every time you start to try and move across the map, Jumi makes it so you actually kind of need to come back. So this Prism has turned around twice now. Maybe now with another Immortal out, it becomes a lot more difficult for these units of Jumi to push up here. What's the raid? Oh, I think it's the raid. You guys enjoyed some. I'm going to presume League of Legends. It's because of... If I was streaming StarCraft, I'd expect more than 70 raiders. As you're going to see the little recall coming down. Prism into the main. Immortal, Adept and the Sentry coming about as well. I'm not going to be seeing the Prism on the right side. Going to pull back over. Stalks and the Immortal there. He's going to be in position, so... Jumi obviously is up on 2 bases, and it doesn't seem as though Shameless is going to be able to do much about that just yet. So we'll wait and see what's going on. A couple of Mortals will drop down off this Prism, and this Pylon in some trouble. It's going to get some shots off onto that Pylon, eat that alive, take that down nice and easily. Very comfortable starting point. These units are still gathering about. There's Immortal going to go down. The other couple of units are gathering about as well. Adept, Zealot, both getting shot at here. So just going to see those chased away. These units are going to go down. So Jumi's going to lose everything in the end. A nice little win for Shameless at the end of the day, but Jumi just needs to build up off these 2 bases and play defense, and he's going to be fine. If there was... I mean, the best thing Shameless could do here, I guess, is get an expansion back up and go, but, like, if he just sits and expands, then Jumi's loving that as well, right? That's probably his best case scenario for Jumi, because it's like, okay, I don't die, and now I play a macro game with a, 15-ish worker lead or something. I don't think Shameless sees any potential. So yeah, I think that would be best case scenario for Jumi if Shameless didn't attack. He is going to try and attack, but then Jumi just needs to play defense and set up to deal with this. Shameless. Prism. New one coming across the map after losing the previous. And those Immortals going down, trying to apply some pressure. I mean, 2 more Immortals here could have been pretty huge, no? Maybe that would have given you something of a chance to actually break through this if you have the other Immortals up. He's not even going to try. I mean, he's got the minerals to expand. I actually don't think I don't think I want him to try and expand. I think he's too far behind to try and expand behind this. I think he just needs to try and do a lot with these units right here. Unless he thinks it's going to take an extremely long time to make progress with. I mean, right now it's just 2 Immortals. Maybe he should just throw down the expand. He's been floating minerals the entire time. Now he spends some of the money. I'm not sure what he just queued up, but some of that money disappears. Shameless is only on 4 patches. Okay. He's just going to say GG. He's not even going to try and play this out any further. He's just He's just a man that is done, apparently. So we're good, and that is GG called. And we're going to go to a final map of the day. We actually are going to get one more map. We're going to get another Game 3 here on the opening day of the OSC mid-season playoffs. It's going to be Tourmaline. It's going to be Shameless and Jumi. We're going to go into one final map, guys. Let's send it and see what we get. As we go into our, like I said, this one definitely is our final game of the day. Kicking this off. In the top right-hand corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be Shameless. Taking on the red Protoss. In the bottom left-hand side, we've got ourselves Jumi. Chrono boosting. The Nexus right here. It's coming up, Assimilate's coming through, a couple probes are coming around. Assimilators will come around here, just going to see the probie heading toward the upper right-hand side. Probes going to pass each other, take a couple seconds, settle in for a moment or two. Probably just going to be chilling up top. We got double gates on the way from both players. No, I'm going to try the sneaky fast expand here at least, but this Proba Jumi is kind of sneaking in the natural still. So what are we going to do? We are going to build a pylon. Oh, ho, ho. A little cheeky from Jumi then, and he gets a pylon up in the natural of his opponent. Let's see what exactly he actually wants to build from this, and to get this up and running. Cybercore, gateway, probe, building up on both sides. We get that on the way here just momentarily. It's going to be a Robo, so a Robo right in the natural. Probe is going to take the risk of leaving and potentially revealing itself. Shameless. What is he going to do? He scouted the top left. He scouted the most, where he thinks is most likely his opponent proxies. He did go scouting for all of this before he checks the base as well, so he's missing information that could have been here. Now, he's not going to get info because he's not going to be allowed in. Oh, suspicious though, isn't it, if you're walled out? Stalkers will build. First Stalker out, second Stalker. Oh, he's going to see the probe, actually. The probe is going to get up to see the pylon on the high ground, so he's going to be able to spot this, sees the wall. Shameless, his own Robo coming up, so his own defense Robo. It's just, the proximity of this Robo is obviously huge. He's going to find it right now, sees the Robo. What's funny is the proximity of this Robo is almost too proxied, because now, Jumi's going to be it's not going to be possible to defend this Robo, right? Because it's so close to Shameless's base, he's going to be able to rally units here so quickly. And it's just going to go down. It's funny. I actually think the Robo here would have been better, because then Shameless has to step further out to come and deny it. When a proxy is too proxied. Ouch. Oh yeah, this is going to be rough then. As the Robo facility goes down, Jumi is going to immediately go Twilight Council, so he's going to switch his game plan. But obviously he's going to be playing from a deficit. He just invested into a Robo facility that did absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. Stalks and the Sentry Kill coming about. Moving around for a little bit. Stalks and Sentry continue to gather. Just a couple seconds. Couple Stalkers gathering again, blinking that gateway, continue coming through. Just continue to bring this about for a little while. And have ourselves the extra gateway coming into place. The Stalkers coming down the bottom right side. Stalkers, the probes, the sentries coming around. Just going to be seeing a couple of shots coming out. Those Stalkers going to take some hits and push back the other way just for a couple of moments. So again, get them chased away here. Again, Blink coming around. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers moving out. They've killed off this pylon, and like I say, we're going to have Blink. So at least Jimmy's going to have a chance to play with some tech here. Try and make something happen. But Shameless is up on an expansion already. So Jimmy kind of has to just go, go, go. He has no forward warp in pylon either. Oh, this actually might just be doomed. He's going to bring a probe to build the pylon. He just doesn't have enough to really do anything here, and yet he has to do enough to overcome the fact his opponent has a base already. Which is kind of just disastrous, through and through. Stalkers step toward the front, throw a pylon down. Again, Blink about to be finished from Jumi in a few moments. Okay, I mean, I've got my hands off the keyboard. Not that I need my hands on the keyboard, but I'm just going to watch this because I think this is just going to be Jimmy realizing he can't do anything. But he knows he has to fight here. And there it is. He's going to blink straight in. He gets the prism, removes the micro potential. He gets rid of one immortal, but only after losing a chunk of Stalkers. His warpins are going to be slow, and Shameless has no fear in chasing him down out the front. He's going to be able to catch the warpins as they come into play. And that is going to be more or less enough to seal the deal. The Immortal is still firing. The Stalkers are going to push up. The Stalkers of Jimmy keep going down, and that seems as though it's going to be everything we needed to be. G is called. Shameless is going to take Jimmy down to GG. There we go. As we are going to see Shameless taking Jimmy down and knocking him to the lower bracket, while Shameless will stay in the upper bracket, in a section of the bracket with a lot of PvP potentially. Christiana, Hatsu, or Sebezdes will be his next opponent in a couple matches' time. GG. Alright guys, that's going to wrap it up for us today on the OSC mid-season playoffs. Hope you guys have enjoyed and enjoyed some games and some casting. Thank you to OSC for having us for the first day of the OSC mid-season playoffs. Always an absolute pleasure. And yeah, that's about all they wrote, guys. So thank you so much for watching. I'm going to be back tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday for the WardiTV Spring Cup Group C, D, and playoffs. So I'll see you guys over the weekend for some StarCraft 2 as well. And I'll see you guys there. I'm going to run some ads, and we're going to host up Empress Lily, who is casting the OSC King of the Hill right now as well. So from one OSC event to another, you can go and check all that out. Appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys, like I say, tomorrow for the WardiTV Spring Cup action. Tomorrow we have, it's the Showtime Lambo, Ryung, and Zaun group tomorrow. Yeah, going to be a lot of fun. So looking forward to that. Again, appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys later. Bye. I don't know what that hand was. It was meant to be a wave, and I did like some weird... Don't ask. Don't ask. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow. Thank you to OSC.